Going to show you how I can basically overclock any GPU in 2022 the safest way, guys, without having to go through all the pain of doing all the benchmarks yourself. You know what I'm saying? We're all a little bit lazy when it comes down to that. We just want to overclock it and get those extra FPS without actually doing the work itself. And I'm going to show you guys a super simple method, but what you got to do in the first place is, of course, get your hands on MSI Afterburner, which is still the best overclocking tool for literally years, guys. Yeah, there's no better one. Just simply get your hands onto it. First link in the description. Absolutely free to use, and it looks really fancy with the latest updates. I'm not gonna lie there. So therefore, guys, this is how it's going to look like. And in the first place, before we do anything and I show you this special trick on how to do it super easy, make sure that you put your power limit all the way to the right side, as well as your temperature limit, just making sure that we don't have any possible limitations here when we want to overclock. And what you can do as well extra is maybe after the OC, play a little bit around with the fan speed. Of course, the higher you go, the louder it's going to be, but your temperature is going to go down a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, make it faster spinning, and yeah, your temperatures go down. Besides that, we're now going to focus on the actual OC, or the overclock itself, and I'm going to show you this simple trick, what I do every single time when I upgrade to a new GPU. I just had before RTX 2070 and now upgraded to a 3070 Ti, and I'm just going to show you how it works. And the trick which I want to show you guys is just simply make sure to put your GPU, whatever you have, and OC settings into Google, into YouTube, guys. And believe me, especially if you go for more mainstream GPUs, something like maybe a 1650 OC settings, there's going to be tons of guides already out there, guys, specialized for this specific GPU. People who do this on a regular base, who have actual knowledge, they go through all the benchmarks and they provide you with free information of overclocking your GPU. And this video here is, I think, exactly the one which I used on my 2070, where he showed how to overclock your 2070 to maximum, and he added additional 500 megahertz on the memory clock speed, and also on the core clock speed additional 100, and it was absolutely smooth, guys. It was running without any issues. And the only thing which you should be worrying about is that your power supply can provide enough power, but you should have probably checked that before you want to overclock your GPU. There are so many specialists already out there providing valuable info, and this is it. If you guys enjoyed this video, please don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to my channel. And also feel free to join the Discord with over 70,000 members, guys, if you have any questions.
Hey Chuck, how are you doing this morning? Good to see you, bud. Oh, I woke up 5 minutes before 5. Oh my God. It's coffee time. The wonderful treat. Come on, get down, cat. Not a problem, man. Thanks for letting me know, though. All right. Let's try this one. We have J2 cents. He works on computers. Please like, subscribe, and share. And this video is used for entertainment purposes only.
All right, so if you guys haven't seen our the other video we did about how to get your OSD and stuff going or your on-screen display showing all your telemetry on screen while you're gaming, so you can keep an eye on things like temperatures and all that. If you're curious, you need to watch that video first, because what we're going to show you next is what all these different settings inside MSI Afterburner mean. It's a video I've done in the past. However, with the way GPU boost works on NVIDIA and the voltage works on NVIDIA these last couple of generations, it's a bit different than the last time I did this tutorial. We're also going to be doing it for AMD graphics cards in this very same video. So what you'll find down below is, after we get through this part where I show you what the settings and stuff mean, we'll head on over to an AMD side of things, which makes the settings a little bit different. So you can find a timestamp in the description below, so you can just skip to AMD if you have an AMD graphics card, or start from the beginning here, which is going to be NVIDIA. So let's go ahead and get right to it. Today's video is sponsored by me and these 3 graphics cards we're giving away. You can't see them because they're not actually here right now. Why? Because I want you to click the link down in the description below to see exactly what cards they are. Worldwide, for free, anywhere in the world where giveaways are not prohibited. So if you want to learn all about which cards we're giving away and how to enter and when it ends and all that sort of stuff, then you're going to have to pause this video, click the link, and go and enter. Don't wait, you'll be sad if you did. You know, like Wayne Gretzky said, the only shot you miss is the one you take and you didn't 100% do. So MSI Afterburner is a free piece of software. It's something that people seem to think, well, it says MSI in the name, and I don't have an MSI graphics card, so it doesn't apply to me. And that's not true. It's actually a universal piece of software that just essentially reads the EEPROM on your graphics card, and then it adjusts the sliders based on what the EEPROM will allow and what settings you're allowed to actually adjust. Now, when it comes to NVIDIA graphics cards,
Good morning. How are you? I hope you are doing well, whoever pray tell may be in the room this morning with Larry and his coffee hour.
Understanding the settings will kind of immediately alleviate some confusion. First of all, you're going to need some sort of piece of software to test your different settings and stuff so you can understand what they do. I'm going to be using Heaven. Heaven's a DX11 title. It's actually quite old, but it still puts a pretty decent load on your GPU. It's not going to hit your Tensor cores. It's not going to hit your RT cores. So don't look at this as an overclocking guide on how to test stability. You need to test it in the games that you play, because every game engine hits your GPU in a different way. New World obviously hitting in a way that we've never seen since the days of Furmark, which is why I recommend testing this in a bunch of different titles. But this isn't about how to overclock. It's understanding what each setting does so that you can then understand how to overclock. So this is the default skin. You might notice the skin looks different, and this is probably going to feel a lot like the previous video we did about how to do OSD, but we need to make it look the same for each other. Otherwise, you're going to be lost in the settings because the skin changes the way things are and where they're laid out. To make sure you're on the same skin as us, go to the settings button, or a little gear, depending on the one that you have. Hit user interface, go to the skinning properties here, and I am using the default MSI Afterburner V3 Skin Big Edition. First and foremost, let's go ahead and talk about the monitoring over here of the graph on the side. If you double click it, it opens it up, or if you just click detach, it opens it up. You can right click this, go to properties, and then anything that has a left check mark here will show up in this. The things that I feel are important for monitoring your overclocks or your temperatures is obviously GPU temperature. That's kind of a given. GPU usage, so you can compare temps with usage, which is what made us realize something was weird with New World, because even if the usage is low, the temperatures were always high. Core clock, so that you can see what your, especially if you're wanting to overclock, you can see what your frequency adjustments are. And then another one that's kind of useful, I always find, is CPU temperature. The one that has no number next to it is the package temp. I think it's important to keep an eye on what's happening with your CPU. So CPU usage is important too. The one that doesn't have a number next to it, once again, is the average or the CPU usage as a whole. So if you had the percentage available of all the cores, then like divided amongst the cores, that's the number you're going to get. It's important to see your overall usage. I mean, you might have one single core that's pegged, which makes the overall usage look low, so you can monitor each individual one if you want. But we're not going to monitor that. If you want to know more about the monitor settings, make sure you watch our OSD video that we did prior to that. That's as far as we're going to go on that today. Frame rate is important if you want to monitor your frame rates. And then GPU voltage we have on here specifically because we're going to be talking about overclocks. Same thing with power percent, because that tells you whether or not you're overshooting where your target is, like we, again, figured out with the New World stuff. So with all that going, we can now X out of this. It's just going to reattach it here. Let's talk about the sliders and we'll show you in the practical use. The core voltage percentage. This is the one that confuses people the most. Prior to GPU boost being a thing, this used to allow you to actually manually set the voltage to an actual voltage number, maxing out wherever the eBIOS or the vBIOS would allow it to go. So for instance, if you had a graphics card, like, let's say you have a 600 series graphics card, which I believe 600 series was the first GPU boost. It was like, that was what would allow it to go higher core clocks than was out of the box. And it didn't take a whole lot into effect other than, hey, what's the power limit and what's the temperature? Can we go higher? Sure. So that was very basic. But you could actually set it, if it had a max voltage of like 1.2 or 1.02 volts or 0.98 volts, then you could set it to 0.98. And that's what the slider allowed you to do. That is not what this does. Core voltage percent, all this does is allow you to allow max voltage, so 100% max voltage at a sooner curve. So the way GPU boost works now is you have a table that the GPU knows, which says at this frequency, we only need this much voltage to get the job done. The problem is sometimes you run into a little bit of a stability issue where by upping the frequency a little bit, but not upping the voltage percentage and sliding it down some, then you'll start to run into stability problems where it's trying to run the higher frequency at a lower voltage. Now you don't have voltage control, you have a slider where you can take that table and just slide the voltage down as a whole. There's absolutely nothing wrong with maxing this out. In fact, most people say that this is a placebo. It doesn't change anything at all. And you are actually right. And the reason for that is...
Are you back, Chuck? Says we have two here in the stream. Who is the second person, may I ask? And how are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Goblin! Dude, good to see you, bud. Damn. I'm glad you're back. Don't tell anybody, but I missed you. I'll stop the video if you come up here with me. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying I will do that for your highly anticipated presence. How about that? Yeah, everything's doing good, man. I'm on my brand new computer right now. I built a computer. Had a couple little problems with it to begin with. Sat it off to the side for about a week or so. Picked it up about 3 days ago and plugged a bunch of stuff in and turned it on, and it worked. So now I'm just trying to figure out how to get my RGB lights working and get it to overclock a little bit. Too early? What the hell's too early? There is no such thing as too early, dab nabbit. All right, fine. I'll watch this stupid video. No. You're more than welcome to sit back and enjoy, man. No doubt about it.
GPU boost is pushing frequency beyond the max rated, like what's advertised, because GPU boost is an automatic overclock. And so you're hitting that max voltage target earlier anyway. So what this slider allows you to do is actually under any scenes, like a cutscene or a transition between one scene to another, where the GPU suddenly is not under as much of a load, it can rubber band up to its max frequency really fast. And by having this slider maxed out can help it alleviate some of those crashes or hard locks that might happen from a sudden reduce of load, causing the frequency to shoot up real fast and the voltage wasn't able to dynamically adjust fast enough. That's the reason why I maxed that out. There's debate on whether or not it does anything. Fine, max it out, doesn't gonna hurt anything. Don't max it out if you don't want to. Power limit percent. This is pretty simple. We've talked about this in the New World video. It just basically says 100% of the allowed power, which is the advertised power. So this 3080 Ti is a 350 watt card. So 100 would be 350 watts. Each card is going to give you a different number here based on what the manufacturer has set. The FE, or the Founders Edition card, is a custom card. It is not a reference card. It has a higher power limit than a reference card would allow. It has an entirely different algorithm, or not algorithm, but boost tables, C states, P states. All of those are different for this card than reference. Your MSIs, your gigabytes, your ASUSs, your EVGAs, all are going to have different logic here into the ways that the power limit works. So this number is going to change based on your graphics card. So if, for instance, we wanted to max this out, what this will allow us to do is allow the voltage to deliver more power than the actual factory rating, which would help with stability. When you raise that, power equals heat. You're going to have to up your fan curves. You're going to have to up your cooling in your case because you're going to be creating more heat in the graphics card. So you have to be able to handle that. If you don't up those limits, then what's going to happen is you're going to end up hitting a thermal limit before you get to your power limit. And then you're going to lose core clock anyway because of the fact that it's too hot. As temperature increases, core clock comes down because it needs to keep itself from dying. So temp goes up, core clock goes down. Fan curve goes up, core temp stays down, frequency stays up. It's like that's the Venn diagram you have to deal with. Temperature, power limit, and then your frequency. Core clock in megahertz. This is an offset. The old days, this used to show an actual just straight up number. In fact, on AMD, it still shows a straight up number, like set it to 2000 megahertz. Why NVIDIA can't do that is beyond me. So in the last 4 generations of graphics card, that has been an offset. This is the amount of frequency or megahertz you are adding to whatever GPU boost is doing. So if GPU boost is adding 300 megahertz, which is a realistic number, let's say you have a 1700 megahertz graphics card and it's hitting 1995, which is just under 300 megahertz. If you add 100 to that, it's going to add 100 on top of the GPU boost, not on top of the base clock and then boost clock that's advertised. So that's an important one to remember. You can easily shoot that way beyond stable because you're adding it as an offset. This little drop-down arrow here, people get confused about this one. Typically, you'll find that power limit and temp limit are linked. You can just always max out the temp limit. This will give you, it'll have to hit 90 degrees before it starts to reduce its core clocks based on temp. I always prioritize temperature instead of power limit. I don't think this does a whole lot anymore. It used to back in the past. This is just the way I set it up. Leave them linked. They always slide together. It's not going to hurt anything. Memory megahertz. This again is an offset to the memory. So you're adding frequency to the single rate of the RAM. So depending on whether it's
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local recordings are now available on StreamYard. Have you ever done a recording where your guest
AMD or NVIDIA, that number is going to times itself by whatever the data rate is of the RAM. So you'll find that like adding 250 is actually more like adding 500 when it comes to NVIDIA, or that number times 4 when it comes to AMD. That part tends to confuse people quite often. Fan speed. This one's pretty simple. User defined. When you click this button, that brings up this fan curve that is in the fan tab that you can set inside of Afterburner. And you can click along the curve and start dragging these squares down where you want. If you double click it, it makes it a ladder. Or if you just leave it default, it's a linear curve. Again, double clicking makes it a ladder where it stays at that setting until it hits the next temp that's set, and then it jumps up. You don't want a ladder because that creates really harsh sounding fans because they're constantly adjusting like that. So I would leave it as a curve. Your vertical axis here is fan speed. Your horizontal axis here is temperature. So when it hits, what is this set to right now? 60, like 58 C. You can see it should be running at about 62% fan speed. You can adjust that however you want. So if this button is active, which turns the whole thing green, that is using that setting. If it's off and auto is selected, it's using the factory fan curve, which includes 0 dB and all that. So you can see the fans just turned off. So watch. If I click user defined, it's going to turn on because we don't have a 0 dB set.
Hey, Bruce. Good to see you, bud. You have any enlightening news for us this morning? Yeah, I have a aftermarket graphics card. I have a 1660 Super something or other. It's an okay graphics card. I'm just trying to learn how to basically overclock my whole system safely. I've tried a few times and it didn't work out too good. A lot of stuff changed in the last 20 years. Oh my God. I guess I'll give Jay 2 cents a shout out here again. That's who this video's by. Please like, subscribe, and share. And this video is used for entertainment purposes only. Well, looks like we lost somebody. Dab nabbit.
If we click it off, it turns off because the factory fan curve does have a 0 dB setting. Or if you want to undo auto, you can just move the slider and just have a static fan speed based on percentage. So with all of that, let's go ahead and start showing how things respond in real time. So we have our OSD up right here. If you have no idea what this is, again, that means you didn't watch our previous video, which I've said twice now, which explain how all of this works. GPU temp is obvious, CPU temp underneath that, CPU load, GPU load. Here's our core clock. As you can see right now, I have applied absolutely 0 core clock offset, but yet we're going all the way up to 1935 and max voltage. The max voltage in this card is actually 1.084, so we're not quite there yet. And this is our power usage. The reason why it's going up so high is I have our power limit maxed out. So if I put that back to 100, watch our core clock. It's going to come down to 1905. Our voltage came down. Our temps will come down with it. Our usage is pretty much always going to stay at 100. So that's usually the first thing I would do if I want to overclock something is I'll just max out the power limit. If you're playing New World, don't do that for the love of God. And then hit apply, and you'll see it automatically allows a higher overclock because our limiting factor was power. Now, if I want to add core clock, if I add, say, 50 offset, so we should end up getting right around 2000 to maybe 1980 if I hit apply. So it didn't apply too much because that means we're still pretty much limited here by either our voltage or our power limits. You can actually continue to up that. So we'll do 100 now. Now we're hitting 1995, 210. The reason why it doesn't add the number specifically that you're adding is because something else is limiting from getting to that number. So if 1950 plus 50 is 2000 and we hit apply and we only got 20 extra megahertz, 25 extra megahertz, that means we were probably
Yeah, I don't like using my phone for a few reasons. One, because I have to hold it. Two, it gets kind of shaky because you are holding it. Three, it gets the battery drains really quick, and when you charge it, it gets really fucking hot. And then also, if I use the phone, I have to have it on the TV anyway, so I can see the chat, read the chat, and everything. So for me, it's just a lot easier to use the computer overall. Oh, where? Oh, I guess I gotta put my link in, huh? Forgot about that. There we go. Sorry about that. All right. Looks like we're going to be kind of slow again today.
either power limited or voltage limited at that time. As the scenes progress, watch the voltage. You see how this is constantly dynamically adjusting? It's kind of all over the place. As this is adjusting, so will the core clock. So that's why you see these dynamic numbers that change. It doesn't just automatically apply 100 to it no matter what. Just has to do with many factors of the card: power limits, voltage limits, temperature limits, VRM power limits, memory power limits. All these things that you can't really see are affecting things as a whole. So that's why I always incrementally increase this number slowly, 25 or 50 at a time. Our memory core clock, on the other hand, which we can't see because I didn't put it on here. So let's go ahead and, well, it's actually showing right here in the corner. It says 9501, but that's not right. So let's go ahead and add it here. Again, go to the monitoring tab. Memory clock, check mark, in OSD, apply. So there's our memory clock right there, which is 9502, so it is correct. If I was to go ahead and add, say, 500 to this will add exactly as shown. So you'll see right now that should jump up to 10,000 megahertz. There you go, 10,000 megahertz. I find that the GDDR6 is pretty good about overclocking pretty far. We can even hit plus 750. Watch, look at that. There it goes, right there. It is ECC memory though. So GDDR6 is ECC, which means it's error correcting. What you'll notice if you've pushed your memory clocks too far, you start getting weird stutters and an actual drop in FPS because it's taking longer for it to error correct, which is actually holding up the GPU, which is slowing down your FPS as a whole. I would probably not go any higher than 500 on anything that's not water cooled because memory temps on GDDR6 are high. The hotter they go, the less stable they are, leading to more errors, leading to more ECC slowdowns for your GPU. So that is honestly all you need to know regarding MSI Afterburner and how to overclock your graphics card. What you're going to find for the most part is very little real tangible improvement these days. GPU boost on NVIDIA is pushing it nearly as far as it can go. For the most part, you might get an extra 100 megahertz as a whole out of your system. And when you're already shooting to 2000 megahertz, an extra 100 megahertz is not going to give you any real improvement in your scores or any real improvement in your FPS. You might get 1 or 2 FPS in 1440. You might get 10 or 15 FPS in 1080, but in 1080 with modern NVIDIA graphics cards, you're probably already getting over 100 FPS. So seeing 5 to 10 extra FPS is not gonna give you something you can even notice. If you're getting stutters and pauses, there's something else happening in your system. It's not your graphics cards.
Yeah, I have 6 fans in my case, so I think cooling shouldn't be a problem. I gotta go use the facilities. I'll be right back, man. Thanks for hanging with me.
clock speeds that are causing that. Something is firing up in the background that's taking up CPU priority. Something is getting in the way of the game's priority, which is causing those major fluctuations in FPS or just major pauses, or like, you know, sometimes you'll be gaming and there's like a whole 1 or 2 second pause and then something goes. That's because a priority task took over the CPU. The CPU told the game, hold on a sec, I got to deal with this, and then it comes back to the game. So it's something else in your system that needs to be smoothed out to stop those sorts of problems. For the most part, messing around with these sliders are safe. Caveat, unless you're playing New World. If you're playing New World, I always tell people, take this and drop it down to like 80. Watch what happens when I hit 80. Everything here is going to drop as a whole. Boom. We came all the way down to 1785 megahertz. Voltage came down really low with it because of the fact that it doesn't need more than that to supply that particular frequency. Our temps started coming down quickly, but look, we're still at 98% usage. And the reason for that is it's still as much usage as it's allowed to do based on power limit. So people get confused and thinking that how come the power limit is down, but that's still staying at 100? Well, that's because if you put a screw behind your gas pedal, only letting it go down so far, that's still 100% of what's allowed. That's how power limit works, or usage works. So if we were to move that screw farther down and you push your foot down farther, that's still 100%. So whether you move the screw up to 10% and you push it down as far as it'll go, which is only a little bit, that's still 100% load on what's allowed. That's how the percentage works on terms of GPU load. Now for you AMD users out there, this is our trusty 6900 XT. It's our thick mama jamma big card. You can see everything's changed, right? Like I told you, MSA Afterburner reads the EEPROM or the VBIOS and tells you what is available. So core voltage is already maxed out on this card, 1.175 volts. Power limit's also at 0. If we slide that up, you can see this just says plus 15, whereas NVIDIA likes to add that to the 100. This would be 115, okay? So that's pretty simple there. If you look at the core clock, this is where I said you can actually dial in an exact number, right? I don't know why AMD can't, or NVIDIA can't do this. However, that is the case. Now, 2474 megahertz. Blah.
Everybody, welcome to the chat. Hope you're having a great day. You're more than welcome to join in. Clear cache and cookies aren't going to do anything for your memory. Your memory is your core clock speed. Clearing cache and cookies will just free up some hard drive space. And the cookies are for your browser, and your cookies help you, say like you want to go to YouTube, help you get to YouTube quicker with your cookies. No, I'm not right. I'm left, damn it. Get it right, get it straight, don't get it at all. Ha ha. Are the other people in chat going to say anything? You going to say hello to me? You going to tell me to F off? Go ahead. The ball's in your park. I got DD4 and I have 32 gigs of RAM, which is two cards. Well, a lot of it depends on how many gigs each RAM stick has. Like I said, though, I have 32 gigs. Eventually, I might get more. I don't know. That's pretty much all I need, I think. They say you only need like 16, really. Yep. See how I am? How you doing, Truth? Good to see you in the chat, man. How are you doing today, Truth? Hope everything's well with you. So what do you guys think? Do you think Trump will go to jail? I think it's just a ploy. Oh shit, they're dropping like flies. Numbers are going down as soon as I mentioned Trump. Oh shit. I guess that's a no-no. Huh. Earnings are up, coming. Well, that's good that you're gold today, man. Is that scam or scum? I've never heard any reference to you in either way, so there. Haha, you've been told. Every time I've seen you, man, you've been very respectful. You've had some very good, enlightening facts, and I enjoy having you here. No doubt about it. Yeah, I don't know if you heard or not, but I got myself or I shouldn't say I got myself, I built myself a new computer. I was having some problems with it. It wouldn't turn on. Left it alone for about a week or so, picked it back up and plugged everything in, and it started to work. I still don't know really what was wrong, why it didn't work to begin with, but I haven't worked on that or done any computer work really in about 20 years, so lots of stuff has changed. I'm just trying to learn about all this new technology. I'm sorry if it's boring. I'd much rather talk to you people and get some enlightenment from you guys. But the last few days have been pretty slow, so I'm trying to learn, trying to teach others with these videos, which is used for entertainment purposes only. No, at first it wouldn't turn on at all. My power supply wouldn't turn on. Nothing would turn on. The whole computer wouldn't turn on. I thought I thought there was something wrong with the board. I'm actually leaning. I think I know what went wrong, but I'm not positive because my son helped me put it together the first night, and we couldn't get the power supply or the computer or anything to turn on. And then so I brought it home and played with it for a little bit. Still wouldn't work, wouldn't turn on, nothing. And then, like I said, I left it alone for about a week. Put it back up on the counter, and I took my RAM out of the 2 slots I had it in, put it in 2 different slots. I know that's not the problem now, because last night I put them back in the original slots and it booted right up. What I honestly think it was is I think my son had my CPU fan plugged in the wrong spot. And I know years ago, if you didn't have your CPU fan on, when you turned on your computer, it would beep and it wouldn't let it boot up. But I'm thinking nowadays it might not let it turn on completely at all, because, like I said, as of now, that could be the only thing I've done different is plugged the CPU fan in the CPU slot, because I have my RAM back in the original spots. Well, my problem is I know enough to get me in trouble as far as computers go, because I haven't kept up with it. I used to work on computers all the time, like I said, about 20 years ago. Some things were easier, some things were, no, I had power. Yeah, I'm running Windows 10. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it was the CPU fan was plugged in the wrong header. And I used the same outlet every time. When I took it back up to work on it again, I used the same outlet. I tested that outlet even the first time. So, yeah, that wasn't the problem. There was something on the motherboard that wasn't hooked up right. I was really surprised, though, last night when I put my RAM back in the original slots that it booted up. I thought maybe those slots on the board weren't working right or whatever, but it booted right up. So like I said, the only thing I could think of what was wrong would be the CPU fan was plugged in the wrong spot. They're called headers, but hey, let's not get technical now. Oh, that coffee's really good. All right, man. Will you go feed your chickens? You have a great day, and hope you come back soon. Great seeing you, bud. Sorry I'm so boring today. I know I'm boring most of the days. I, per se, am not much entertainment. It's everybody that comes to my stream is the entertainment. I am no entertainer. I'm just a grumpy old man. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Been here an hour and nothing going on again. Damn it. What's up, Goblin? You're the only one left. You're my diehard for the day, I guess, bud. Yeah. Yeah, they never stop doing their little fucking games, that's for sure. All right, I guess I'm going to finish watching this video. Hopefully by then some more people will come in.
But yeah, we'll show you in a second here. So memory clock 2000, that's that number times 4. So if we were to make this 2025, our effective frequency would actually be 8,100. So keep that in mind. Small increments on memory. It's that number times 4. NVIDIA actually adds that number as a whole, which is weird because they don't do that for the core clock, but whatever, I digress. And then the fan speed and all that stuff works exactly the same. So I'll just go user defined because I like to keep everything turning, keep it as cool as possible. All of our same stuff over here is, it remembered what our OSD was from NVIDIA, which is kind of nice. So it just applied it all over here. Now, AMD though, you don't have to use MSI Afterburner. You could just use AMD Radeon software, go to performance, and then this is where you could go into tuning, and then you have access to all of this stuff. I personally don't like leaving this open, so I use MSI Afterburner for everything to keep it as simple as possible. All right, so you can see our target is 2474. We're actually running at 2410, 2380. And the reason for that is whether it be voltage limitation or power limit limitation. If I max out power limit, we might actually get there. Nope. Oh, there it is, 2472. So now you can see we are actually getting to this number because of the fact that power limit was holding us back. That was our target, but our power limit was holding us back from getting there. We are maxed out on the voltage. Memory core clock, I'll go ahead and show you here. If we apply like 2025, you can see here it applied some of it, but there's probably other factors that's keeping that from getting exactly to the 2025 like we want, simply because of the fact that it could be memory voltage, memory temp, all sorts of different stuff here. So here's our, I'm gonna go ahead and just go to manual because I feel like the 6900 XT will get warm if I don't. So I'm gonna go 2500 on the core clock here, and you can see that this will up small increments. We're not really getting any higher because there's other things limiting how far we can go. So that's why I said like overclocking an AMD card in MSI Afterburner doesn't make a whole lot of sense, simply because of the fact that it doesn't really change a whole lot, because the AMD Radeon software, especially on a card like this, has already kind of taken the logic out of it and pushed it as high as it can already go right out of the box. The settings and stuff, like we showed you, with AMD, they're slightly different, but kind of the same. In fact, AMD, for the most part, not even really worth overclocking, especially since you can use the GPU master, or the, not GPU master, but their GPU software that's built in with the driver, and you can just enable like auto overclock or auto undervolt, auto memory overclock, and just max out the power limits there and call it a day. Most of the time, it's not really necessary these days. But if you're a tinkerer like me, you want to go and play with these settings, And after our New World video, I had a million people asking me about the settings and what they mean these days. And considering there's a lot of new people to PC, I figured I would, again, do a modern take on how Afterburner works, although it was necessary because the functionality of the graphics cards themselves has changed. Share this video with someone that you know is looking at trying to...
share, like, subscribe to J2 Cents. This video was used for entertainment purposes only. Thank you. All right, so what the hell's going on here? Dab nabbit. Come on, people. Let's get this ball rolling. Dropping like flies. Oh, man. Okay, now we got 0, huh? Huh? Hi, Linda. How are you? I'm doing fine. Just been sitting here watching computer videos, trying to learn some things. How are you doing today? Things have been really slow here the last couple days. The hell? Why is that doing?
Hey, hello guys. Welcome to today's live stream, the first live stream of 2018. Best wishes to you all. Thank you very much for joining in. My name is
Wow.
Martijn from MSI Product Marketing Motherboard Team, and today I'll be showing you much more about MSI's ClickBIOS, ClickBIOS 5 actually to be exact. So I brought a PC with me, and I'm going to demonstrate a lot of details to you about our BIOS, about some tips, how to optimize it, how to unlock fully black design on the outside and on the inside, and with a window as well, because
This video is brought to you by MSN Gaming. Please like, subscribe, and share. And this video is used for entertainment purposes only. Thank you.
you also want to show off your gaming rig, of course, you can be proud of it, right? Once you've finished building it. So let's go to the first topic, which is the most important one for today's live stream, MSI's ClickBIOS 5.
Morning, Mary. How are you doing today? You guys gonna start piling in now? I won't do the videos. Oh my God. I'd much rather talk to you than watch these stupid videos. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't say that. I just gave myself up, damn it. Pain, that's no good. You better stop that stuff. Hey, Linda, good to see you, girl.
Good morning, good morning.
What's so damn good about it, huh? No,
I fucking woke up. That's what's good about it. So did you.
I'm just playing.
I know. So was I. Well, not really. We did wake up though, right?
Not really, kind of, sort of.
Well, like I'm saying, it's a double-edged sword. Like we're awake, but are we grateful to be awake? Yes. That's what I'm saying.
I'm awake, but I'm not awake, but I'm awake. How's that? Give me a
Yeah.
second there, Mary. I see I'm right in the middle of something.
Ask her if she brought the donuts.
There better be some jelly filled in there, damn it.
Need a maple log, John.
There you go.
I mean, if we sugared up this twisted muscle, you could have a cinnamon twist. It really sucks. I woke up. One of the dogs was excited, so they hit my left elbow with their tooth. Oh my God! Wow. I go to relax and I start feeling that muscle pain, and I'm like, son of a biscuit.
Are we talking about the funny bone not being funny?
Kinda, yeah.
Hmm.
Do you know why it's called the funny bone?
Why?
Because that's actually your humerus bone.
Ah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, it wasn't very humorous.
Damn it.
I think it's supposed to be more funny for the people around.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When they see you do all kinds of weird movements and weird facial expressions.
Yeah. I broke my radial. I think I'm saying it right. Radial. It's the bone right on the elbow.
Ooh, owie.
Oh yeah. So every now and then you know how when you're laying down watching a movie, you'll use your arm to prop your head
Mhm.
up. I can't do that. It won't allow me.
kidding.
Yeah, it just shoots pain. It's like, oh, I forgot I injured that a long time ago.
For me, I must have slept wrong, but I have that plate in my neck. So when I sleep wrong, it sends this weird pain. It goes down the top of my shoulder and then out the back and front. Like it engulfs the whole shoulder, and it almost feels like I bruised ribs on that side. It hurts so bad.
Well, stop that then, damn it.
Wish I could, man.
Whatever. Just get her done.
So I'm charging my phone, so I probably can stay a little bit, but it's probably going to get hot and I'll have to jump off. Quick, Larry, make it interesting.
What was that?
Quick, Larry, make it interesting.
I can't.
You can.
I'm incapable.
Hey, Larry, before I forget,
What?
if Anna doesn't come here before I go, her phone does what my phone does, and it starts the mic at max volume when you get on a StreamYard. So you have to go in and reduce the volume, or like it's gonna get distorted for other people to listen to.
And yeah, I'm this old senile old brain, stoner brain, supposed to remember that, right?
Once you turn it down, you don't have to turn it down again. So once it maintains the setting for you. But just like my phone started out at max volume, I forget who told me, but somebody in the chat's like, yo, your volume. It could have been even Anna herself. So just let Anna know that her phone does the same thing and starts at max volume.
Yeah, I've noticed a few times especially when she uses her earbuds, it's really loud.
Right, and I think because when you use your earbuds, like it adjusts the volume of everything, so you actually have to go back in and readjust it. I hate that shit.
It wants those sexy fingers to fondle it.
I just spit my coffee everywhere.
Speaking of that, like, yo, these YouTube channels are getting a little freaking crazy out there.
No! Tell me it's not true.
I didn't think things were allowed on YouTube, like suggesting someone should unalive themselves.
I heard
Or
something about that. That's kind of scary.
with someone
weird.
who's a minor on panel, Larry.
Yeah, I heard about that, and the person that was supposedly supposed to be doing it is supposedly a medical person of some sort.
Yeah, he sold himself. Okay, I'll use the timeline he did. First word he used about himself was pediatrician. Second word he used about himself was physician. And the truth, out of his own mouth, he's an audiologist, which can get doctorates, but they're not doctors. You know,
Right.
like, you know what I'm saying? So they can't write prescriptions, they can't do surgery. The real ear doctor is called an otolaryngologist, not an audiologist. An audiologist knows the difference between left and right. The end.
Yeah.
So yeah, doing that stuff in front of a child, man, you guys know how I feel about kids and stuff.
Is that the same kid that was up on Paul's channel a while back?
I believe so, and I believe it was already proved he's a minor.
Yeah, I've heard that's a possibility. I don't know which is true, if he is or isn't, but
Well, as an adult, all of us have the responsibility to
Well,
know what's right and appropriate.
he's personally said that he's like 19 supposedly now.
Well, I saw this morning when questioned, he said he was 19. His voice hasn't even changed yet, guys. He said he was 19, but when pressed for a year of birth, he couldn't do it and had to claim the fifth.
I'm 19. I know the year. It's
Yeah.
not that hard. You just say 1 year. Okay, you're 19.
Don't say the year because you don't want to give him the answer.
You could go back. You could go back. It's easy. Kids have been lying about their age on the internet for years, and this kid can't even pull out a year. That just shows that he's younger than we think he is, and he shouldn't be on fucking YouTube panels.
All I know I can't say, I was going to say for sure, but I can't say for sure, is I believe there's some wrongdoings going on in that home.
Oh, I do too. But here's the thing, Larry. He's not from America. They'd be on top of it if he was from America, because they'd be wanting to go rip that kid out of their home. Because what does the American freaking social systems do? Rip the kids out of the home. But he's not from America. So now, all America has a choice to do is deal with the perp. And they're not going to do that. There's a million perps that live in this freaking country. I'm so irritated, you guys, and it hurts my muscle.
Where does he live?
England.
Huh.
I detected the lilt in his voice when I saw that someone was talking about a minor on Paul's channel. So I went and looked. And I detected a lilt to the voice, but this other dude, Zetetic, confirmed it this morning. While he's talking to an ex-prostitute about sexual things with this kid.
Yeah, I don't understand his line of thinking lately. It doesn't.
I feel like a shift has happened. Go ahead,
The
Larry.
only thing
Sorry.
I can think of is he's trying to get the clicks, for the controversial type bullshit. And to me, I don't understand it. I don't see any benefit of it. All you're going to do is hurt yourself and others in doing so. I believe.
Yes. And I agree with you, Larry. I 100% agree with you. But what can we do? Like, okay, let's just take a question out of Paul's questionnaire. What do you do about it? And it's really hard to do something about things when you got idiots that support things like this for entertainment. Because there's a good percentage of people that don't consider involving a minor in anything entertainment.
Yeah.
Some asshole tried coming after me yesterday saying, well, I see you're doing nothing. Yo, I'm glad you assumed that, and I'm just going to leave that right there because I don't need to show receipts to anybody. Neither does Larry, neither does Linda, or any other legit person in this world. Receipts need to come from people like the Tedic Warrior.
Well, basically, I feel we have nothing to prove to ourselves, so why should we have to prove it to somebody else? We know.
Say that again, Larry.
We know our faults. We know our strengths. And if we know that we have a fault, we know that fault needs to be improved. And yes, we can get information from others on maybe how to improve that fault. But when you start with the negativity, I really believe negativity attracts negativity.
Yeah, we're not magnets. So we can't be negative to attract positive or positive to attract negative,
Somebody told me once 2 negatives make a positive.
Well, it can. You can use any negative experience as a positive experience. Negative things happen for you to learn, to.
I mean, doesn't God turn a negative into a positive all the time?
Thank you. Thank you. I wasn't using my words correctly.
That's kind of what I was getting at.
Linda, really, I agree with you. Um, but in my mind, I feel like voluntary uh, or being voluntary in it is the only way it can be changed from the negative to positive. People fight God and the things He tells people to do all the time.
Yep.
Well, there's an old saying, the universe won't give us more than we can handle. And I believe they give us certain things at certain times in our life because that's what we're needing to grow on at that moment. But what a lot of us do, including myself, many times over, is something negative will happen and I'll run with that negative. And then when I run with that negative, other negative things will happen. And then pretty soon I get, overwhelmed and consumed all by this negative. But if I sit back and deal with the negative at one thing at a time, it's easier to handle, it's easier to accomplish, to make that negative into a positive. And I believe that's one of Talcott's faults, is he's just letting all these negative things pile up upon him. And he believes, God's going to solve his problems for us. Well, God doesn't solve any problems. He gives us the tools
Yeah.
to solve the problems.
Yes.
Yes.
We're here to serve him. He's not here to serve us.
Oh,
And
goddamn! Thank you, Larry. Absolutely.
And when we believe or think or feel that he is here to serve us, that I believe is the negative force kind of inflating our egos more or less.
Like the
Beautifully
negative
said.
narrative is. Sorry, I'm sorry, Linda. I interrupted you.
I was giving out my attaboys. I said, well said.
Well, I don't know
Yes.
about well said, but I think I got the point across.
No, it
My
was
apologies.
well said, Larry. It was very well said.
I surprise myself from time to time.
Me too.
Well, it seems like humans only stand up when something tickles them, and it's not a way of life, and that's a shame because we should all be standing up against bad behavior, or not even standing up against. Let's just say helping someone get through their own time of bad behavior. But it shouldn't be clapped upon. People shouldn't be laughing and clapping because they're finding out now in the last couple weeks that a couple of their own people that they were attaboying are not very good people.
Well, the thing that gets me the most is I've noticed here that basically you can say and do pretty much anything you want. And then if somebody calls you on it, you say, oh, it was a bit. So that's the excuse is, oh, I can do and say anything I please as long as I say it was a bit. I don't care if it's a fucking bit or not. When you're messing with juveniles or other people's lives and saying, they should just go and kill themselves, I don't see how that is acceptable, right, in any way, shape, or form.
Exactly. No matter what time we live in, no matter what country you live in, inciting someone to go further into the darkness is really a terrible thing.
Even Paul last night said something. He heard about him, saying people should kill himself, and he's all like, let's say I don't think that's a good thing to do. That let's just not do that.
Uh-huh. When Paul, who is entertainment, right? He said with his own words, he is entertainment. When he comes out and says, yeah, no, I mean, that should cause someone to sit back and say, wow, okay, I shouldn't do that, right?
I want to say good morning to Chuck. He's in the chat.
Good morning, Chuck. Thanks, Linda.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I
What did I
gave him
do
the
to
old.
your? Hold on, Chuck's asking me a question. I think you and I could get along, but we had an issue with the day Tommy opened his mouth and blurted his crap. And I felt like Austin was taking on the persona of someone that will just challenge someone to challenge them. And he asked me, well, he thought it was funny that I recognized this face on this old lady who was looking at my son. And he asked me, well, what does a predator look like? And I find questions like that so damn offensive because, yeah, we got wolves in sheep's clothing. Everybody does, walking around us at all times. So to not like just confront a situation like in reality, because asking what a perpetrator looks like or what a predator looks like is ridiculous. There's so many of them. You can't draw a picture of that. So I got upset with him because he did that. So I had my own snarky little humor on how to deal with things. I was in his room last night, Chuck, and I had my own snarky little humor going on. It's okay for them, but not me. But I'm going to go with it because all I said was, anybody here regretting befriending Z now? And he got so butthurt, he started screaming. You saw it. I saw it. Hey, if their humor is okay to disparage my character and y'all laugh at the guy doing it constantly, and you never ever tell him to stop, and yet my humor is a little bit closer to the truth, and you're all butthurt now? So yesterday when I was on Moose, I had said, Moose suggested I meet at the ladies' night at Austin's. So I'm not sure I'm going to do that. And she's like, I think you're a strong woman. You should. You know, if his intentions were pure, I might. But again, I go by my gut, and my gut says, don't do it, bitch. So that's the long answer of what happened. I thought Yurt was cool for real because he didn't show up in Paul's and stuff first. He learned about that later. So we got to learn who Yurt was before the whole Paul thing went down. Very intelligent. He has a lot to offer. But if he's going to do what he's doing, I'm just going to step away. I don't have time for that.
Well, I can tell you a personal story about child abuse. Both of my oldest girls were abused when they were very young. And me and their mother were both working, so we had to find a babysitter, to watch the kids after they got out of school and whatnot. And we picked a gentleman that worked or owned or something this library, and we talked to him for months and months on end, and we thought he was a pretty good person, and he had all kinds of law enforcement so-called friends and this and that and the other thing. So the portrayal was, I'm a Joe Blow, honest citizen. I'm, here for good or whatever. And the man watched our children for a very long time. And then one day, our oldest child had this girlfriend spend over at night, and I guess she had some stuff happen to her. So the two were talking, and the oldest kid said, told her friend about some stuff that happened to her, and the kid's all like, well, you need to tell your parents, And so she came down and told us, some stuff that happened. And my personal first dealings were, basically take this guy out back. Well, we kind of tossed that around for a little bit and thought, no, we'll do what society tells us to. We'll take them, to court, and we'll let the judicial system handle them. So we did the whole court thing. When we get to court, the prosecutor basically tried to make it look out like it was the kids' fault that this whole thing happened to these children. When they were both up on stand, the girls were all like, getting confused and scared because there's this man telling them, basically it's their fault and this, that, and the other thing. And then their lawyer comes up and shows the jury and the prosecutor, and they knew about it. They just tried to pretend they weren't there. There was thousands of pictures of little kids that he had that he got off the internet, and also different kids he had done different things with. So anyway, long story short, he wouldn't admit his guilt. So the court said, well, since you're not, because he said he was just punishing the children for wrongdoings. So anyway, they committed him to crazy hospital and said, oh, well, you'll stay there until you realize you've done something wrong. Well, they sentenced the man for 30 years in jail. So the kids get out of court thinking, great, we're never going to have to see this man again. We're never going to have to talk to him again. He's gone. He's history. We can go on with our lives.
Right.
2 years later, the man gets out of jail. Because now all of a sudden he realizes, he did wrong. And since now he realizes he did wrong, that means we can release him. So, there again, now the kids are all thinking, oh, wait a minute, what the fuck? He was sentenced to 30 years in jail, but now he's out in 2, and now we have to keep watching behind our backs. Because, he owns a goddamn business or whatever that's 2 blocks from our fucking house. So then that day after that happened, I swore to myself, if I ever hear of a man, doing something that I personally know to a child, we're going to take a trip to the woods.
Yep.
I hear you, Larry.
It kind of, I mean, I'm not, I don't know. It's just sad that I feel that somebody has to feel that way, to do it or not to do it. Not saying that I would actually do it or whatever.
Right.
But at the same time, I think it's sad that I have to feel that our judicial system did nothing, made the kids feel like they were, the problem, they were the fault, and then say one thing's going to happen to set your mental stability up to one position, and then basically say, we changed our minds, we're going to fuck you,
Yep. And to know that as children is it's a difficult pill to swallow, because as children, you don't know enough about life to reason your mind around something like that.
So Yurt banned Chuck and Moose? That's kind of weird. Hey,
Yurt said he wasn't going to have coffee with me. Good morning, Ern. Chuck says, don't feel bad, Mary. Yurt turned on me and he banned Moose. Oh, gotcha. I don't feel bad at all. I've never heard such intentional triggering question come out of a supposedly intelligent person's mouth. And I don't apologize for getting mad about it. All these people are like, oh, everybody up in their feelings. Yo, humans have feelings. Get the fuck over it. And yeah, I got a feeling. I'm feeling some kind of way about people who quantify a victim's age to justify a perpetrator's behavior. And I'm going to keep saying that to anybody who tries to say, 16, 17, male, fuck off. Perpetrator behavior is perpetrator behavior. The end. It doesn't matter how old the victim is when the person is the perpetrator. Am I wrong, guys?
No, not at all. And from what
Nope.
I've seen, the old saying goes, there's one old saying that says, power will corrupt absolutely. And
Yep.
that's what I've seen that's been happening a lot on this YouTube is some people get a little power and it goes to their heads. And then they think, basically we're their puppets and they can try to control us how they wish.
Yes. And they think they can do that by insulting remarks, degrading someone's look or character, or none of us met in person. None of those things should be coming out of somebody else's mouth. There's a lot of things about a lot of people I don't like. You don't hear me picking apart the way they look or how their dental is or where they got a belly or an ass. Who freaking cares? We're all humans, man. Why the hell can't we all be humans?
Well, and the biggest thing is, one of the famous sayings here is, I am you and you are me.
You know what? I think I've heard that a couple times.
Hey, Drop Knot. Good to see you, bud.
All I got to say to somebody who ever tried to say that to me is, I'm me, motherfucker. The end. I'm not you. I didn't experience what any other you did or any other me did. I can only experience what I experienced. I can only testify what I can testify to. Why is it worded I am I? I can see many reasons why that, if it were in fact gifted to us from God, I could see why. Because we're right now in a society saying, if I'm this, then you're that. No, motherfucker, that's not fucking true. I am I. I have a spark of my God within my body that I get to either feed or kill, which people kill with their bad behavior. Well, I didn't. So I can embrace that I'm doing my best to honor that spark of I am I inside of me.
There you go, making too much damn sense again, Mary. How dare you?
How dare I not be indoctrinated, huh, Larry?
Damn you. Here, buddy. Here.
Kind of reminds me of school when the teacher would humiliate you and single you out.
Yes, and try to, it reminds me of what I watch with my dogs. So I have juveniles, they're 10 months old now. And as the biggest dog started getting bigger, the other dogs who were about the same size as him at the time would start a fight with him. So they would do it with the big dog and the little one, Mark. Mark is our littlest boy. So these middlemen would pick on the biggest and the littlest. Like, now they're starting to see that we're not going to tolerate it. And they're starting to fight equally between themselves because even on my own homestead, I will not take bullying of any kind. I'm the head dog in charge. Like, I don't play. But what I see out there with the human playground is, yeah, word salad, manipulation. Get under my arm because you're my bitch. Get under my leg because you're my asshole. I mean, Jesus Christ, humans, let's stop for a fucking second and ask ourselves, what the hell is going on here? And I pause so someone else can talk.
Amen. So what I was saying was, it's like back in the old days when the teacher would single out the student that questioned them or questioned outside the criteria. I was one of those students.
Damn, Linda, I didn't remember it until you said something, and it just comes flooding back to me.
Just wanted to put that out there.
Because the schools haven't really gotten any better, have they, Linda?
No, because they still do it. They're doing it right now to our children. So
Yes. Children that do not deserve to be
if,
treated that way.
if you think outside, if you think for yourself or you think outside the box, then yeah, you're the trouble child. At least that's what they tried to convince me of. I
Okay,
just
so
would,
hey,
I
Larry.
wouldn't accept it. Go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry, Linda, for interrupting you. Larry, people do polls on their live streams, and I would like to maybe start doing some polls to see, because we have so much in common when we all start talking that it's starting to be eerie.
Yeah, I've
Just like
seen
with,
those.
go
I've
ahead,
seen
Linda
those.
or
I've
Larry.
seen those poll things. I'm not sure how you do it though, but I think that would have been probably a good idea, maybe to have done with my title.
Yeah, maybe we should do like a poll day and just ask questions. Um, because I'm getting a sneaky gut feeling that there's a reason, there's a bigger reason than we even think
Well,
of why we went through what we went through.
did,
Go ahead, Larry.
did you see the supposedly somebody put on the internet about Trump getting arrested, and it showed them the cops throwing them in the car and all this other shit. And it looked, I didn't look at it, but from what I understand, it looked real, but they found out the whole thing was fake.
Yes, and you know what? That really makes me mad, because here you have someone, and I'm not disparaging anybody who voted for or is understanding Trump. I'm just saying, here we have someone who was a sitting president, who is now putting quote unquote rumors out there as truth. Is this starting to sound familiar to anybody? Because it's sounding familiar to me. And now thousands and thousands of dollars is gone towards what? The police department to what? Prepare for like a throwdown. And none of it happened. Is any of this sounding familiar to anybody about what's going on here in YouTube right now?
Are you asking us? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Larry.
We have Zachary. I'm not sure how to say your name, man, but we have
Hold on, let me try, Larry, because I understand what Zachary's wordplay. Zachocracy. It's Zachocracy, democracy and Zach put together. Very funny.
Good to see you, bud. I think this is the first time I've seen you here. You're welcome.
Welcome.
Yes, welcome. I'm going to read what he said for everyone. Trump getting arrested like Greta Thunberg. Trump is like Biden, a senior past the average age of life, and in no way runs anything, just a puppet daddy. Yes, Zach, dude, yes. And that's what I wish other people would like, these. Hi. Okay, hold on. My son's interrupting me. I'm turning my camera on. Hey, morning.
Hey.
Hey,
I like
buddy. Good to see ya. You're looking good.
When we
Boy,
moved
those
out here,
muscles look like they're getting big. You're doing lots of exercises?
want to show him your muscle? Yeah. Okay, show him your muscle real quick. He loves doing this. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, wow, look at that. Damn. Like
Good
Arnold
job, bud.
Schwarzenegger.
Tomorrow's Friday, right? Nope. Today oh, yes, you're right. I'm sorry. You're right. Tomorrow is Friday. Today's Thursday, right?
Yep.
Yes, you're right. Good job. Okay, let's get your stuff for the morning. Come on.
This is odd, Larry.
I'm sorry, what?
I said this is odd. So when you introduce the new person, it's not showing up in my chat.
It does that. It's done that a few times. Like I'll see somebody, like I've seen a new person in my chat one day, and I thought, well, I'll go subscribe to them. And so I went to YouTube, and I could see their chat on StreamYard, but they had nothing in YouTube.
Yeah, like right now. So there's Chuck in tennis. He said, "Amen, Mary," and then right under that it's There's nothing there. It should be there. I heard you read it, and
Yeah.
I refreshed my page and everything. So I just thought that was odd. I wanted to point it out.
Yeah, I've seen that happen a few times, and I'm not sure what the heck is
Oh,
going
there
on.
he is. Okay, he just came up under Try changing the chat filter to all rather than top. I don't know why you two changed it. Okay, sweetie, thank you. All. Ah, see, Patrick's time popped up too. Holy crollo. Like a whole new world opened up to me. Nice. Thank you very much. Patrick's time. Still no evidence Trump committed a crime.
Good to see you, Patrick's time.
Okay, I'm going to read this comment now because I find it quite interesting. It's an interesting nugget in this very moment. Janus Lanerius is an ancient Roman god of beginnings, gates, transitions, time, duality, doorways, passages, frames, and endings. Holy shit,
We need that bomb sound.
Right?
That's one thing I've been trying out different stream sites, to do this, and there was one that had a bunch of different sound effects built into it, and it was really cool, but I couldn't figure out how to broadcast it to YouTube.
See, I'm not technologically savvy, so I can't even interject with that. But we got Patrick saying,
Note is in the house.
We got Patrick saying, okay, hold on a minute. I'm going to take a mommy break.
How you doing, Nubs? Good to see you, man. I've missed you the last couple days. Hope everything's doing well.
I'm doing good.
That was funny. I let my dog outside a little while ago, and I forgot I let him out. And I looked up at the cameras, and I saw my dog, and I went, "Oh yeah, I let him out."
That's good,
Sorry.
Nub. That's okay.
Sorry.
You got lots to read. Catch up.
Oh, cool. I got 3 females in heat, so it's really posing a damn problem here. Damn it. So let me go back. Patrick says no evidence Trump committed a crime, but we don't know if that's true. We only know what they tell us. Says Trump is Janice. Man, when you said that, I was like, huh? Let me think about that. So let's think about that. If Trump is Janice, then Trump would be the catalyst of beginnings, gates, transitions, time, duality, doorways, passages, frames, and endings.
Holy crap, Nubs. I send my
Oh
my
shit!
good vibes and prayers for him.
Yeah, no doubt.
Wait, you guys are reading ahead. Oh
I
my
wanted.
God.
Can you read Patrick's time, the 2018 part?
Yep, 1 second.
Please and thank you.
2018 letter from Michael Cohen's lawyer on Stormy payment states Cohen used his own personal funds and that Trump did not reimburse him. I that may be what's in the letter, but I distinctly recall this situation coming out early in
Oh,
Trump's
shit.
presidency. And actually, I kind of sat back a little flummoxed that they were even talking about paying off a prostitute in the freaking World Forum. So they like them talking about it back then, just like all these other idiots in YouTube, when they open their mouth, the shit falls out, and then they complain years later when someone said, "Hey, this shit is yours." And that's just my personal opinion. Like, it could be different,
Nubs, what do you mean?
I hope he's gonna
He's
be.
Nubs said that.
17.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what he means by that.
Trump is the tip of the spear. Seems Trump is being investigated to find. Everyone's investigated to find a crime. Trump is not going to be any different. Look at the system we live under. No one gets to escape the system. So now that he's not a president, he's going to get in the system just like the rest of us. I don't feel sorry for him. He put himself in that position.
I don't think nothing will ever be done to him, though. I think they're just trying to say, "Oh, look at us, we're doing the right thing, and we're doing what we're supposed to do." But, I'm sorry, we can't find anything he's done wrong, so we can't convict him because there's no evidence showing that he has.
But that's all we know is what they tell us. I mean, that's one fact that none of us can escape from. And I just want to say, I want to take a moment to send positive energy to Nubs's friend's son, 17, broke his neck during snowboarding. They thought I broke my neck too, and I still walk. So let's send some of that positivity towards this gentleman that's in surgery right this minute.
17, I was so young.
Yes, it is.
Sorry.
We should be focusing on raising and healing and preparing our children instead of the freaking chaos that's going into the world right now. Like, I'm praying that the doctor's hands are guided by our ever loving Lord.
Amen.
And then the human side of me gets really pissed off and sad that I have to say a prayer for God to take over the doctor's hands because we can't trust the doctor's hands. There's something's happened recently, everyone. The negative seems to be out of control. The positive seems to be like ramping up. I'm just saying, like, put that in the back of your mind and think about it.
I am. And it seems to me that by letting yourself do the prayer and then getting back in your meat suit, and it crosses it out. It cancels it out, I think. I might be wrong. You could just be
No,
double
I just
praying.
think it's
I don't know.
no, I don't think it cancels it out. But it makes it harder to live and be a human. I read it in the Bible somewhere, and this is the Bible that may or may not have been messed with by a whole bunch of people and the manipulative narrative. But what I did read was the closer you get to God, the closer you get to him. I think these are Jesus's words. The closer you get to God, the harder it is to live on earth. And when I was in my 20s and I read that, I'm like, what the hell? How is that even possible? Now I freaking understand.
Gotcha.
Open your eyes and you will see.
And the hardest part is what we see.
Yeah.
The hardest part ain't opening your eyes. The hardest part is what we actually see with eyes wide open.
Well, the problem is once they're open and you see what you see, you want to close them again.
You want to poke out that mind's eye because you don't want that image left there, right?
Yep.
And so the world is just stressful, and now we as positive people need to make sure we continue to lift each other up and not allow anyone to tear another down. Not in my
Yeah.
presence. Go ahead,
Nude
Linda.
Guru is in the chat, and I agree with him. It's all a distraction.
Yes, it is a distraction. And yes, prayer has a lot to do with intention. And if you have anything but good intention, wait to say that prayer. you know?
Yeah.
Like I was at a church one time, right? Like I had my neck surgery, I think in like April. So my husband had gone to get some electric line wire training. So I was alone. And I was doing wood, everything, just months after a major neck surgery. And I'm sitting in this church. I thought it was a legit church. Like I kept looking for that legit church for a little while, guys. So I thought this was a legit church. It seemed like they really inspired the children. So I, decided to go for a little while. Well, as I'm sitting there and as I do my own prayer, like show me which avenue to turn that I may remain on your path, kind of thing. So I'm sitting there and I'm just thinking the whole time, like, leave church, go to the gas station, get gas, go to the wood stop, load the truck, take that home, throw that out of the truck and into the basement, and we have to stack it on pallets because this basement flooded. So I couldn't even go like load the wood stove without walking in water. So we laid pallets down because it wasn't our house. We were renting. 1 second. And I'm just all in myself, like, oh God, I don't understand why I can't find any help. I'm sitting in church with all these thoughts just popping through my head. And the thing that really it hit me so hard was the thought coming from my creator. It's not like I'm not asking them. And that hit me so hard, you guys. I literally got up, went to my friend who was playing piano, and I'm like, I gotta go. And she's like, what is wrong? And, it just come flooding out of my mouth. Like, I just can't sit in a room full of people that talk to God but don't listen to him. So I have to go. And afterwards, her and her husband came by. I didn't tell her anything else. That's all I said, and I left. And afterwards, her and her husband came by with a load of wood. They saw the basement and what I had to deal with. And they prayed before they ever left my driveway. They prayed. I love these people to this day. And I only know they prayed because I went downstairs 2 hours after they left to load the wood stove. Hold on, I gotta control my emotions. All the water was gone, you guys. All the water that was in the basement when they came was gone 2 hours. 2 hours after they left. Okay, now here's the most important part of the story. I'm sitting in this blessing. I'm sitting in this blessing. I have to go pay my rent. I feel in my gut to tell him this story because he's also a faithful person. And I didn't do it, you guys. Something made me stop. Like I didn't get the guts to do it. And I think embarrassment about talking about religion and faith in public is what made me stop. I only live a half an hour from the landlord's house. And when I got home, my basement was full. All the water was back. All the water was back. I I took a moment I could have testified. I didn't testify. And the proof is in the pudding. I was a half an hour from my own house. And all the water was back before I got home. I don't know how that's supposed to sit with someone or who is supposed to hear that, but your testimony matters. Your real, truthful testimony really does matter. And when you're called to speak about it, like I tell my kids, that anxiety, man, that can freaking ruin things. And the biggest thing you can do is take that big, giant, deep breath and just push the words out. Just push them out. Like make pretend that anxiety is your little bitch. And you're just going to push past that to say what you need to because you're being called to say it for a reason. And I just told you a story of me taking the embarrassment of society, of not being able to talk about faith or religion in public without bullshit happening. And I didn't step over, I didn't go around that boulder. I stopped, guys. I stopped, and I will regret that the rest of my life because it becomes clearer and clearer how stupid I was in that moment. And I'm going to mute for someone else to talk.
All right. Well, forgive yourself because you just put it out there. So you finished your mission.
Thank you, Linda.
You're
Really,
welcome.
thank you.
Our chat room is bouncing, and I noticed Danny's coming in duplicates. Good morning, Danny. Larry, did you step away?
Yeah, I was outside talking to my daughter and grandkid. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, no, no. Family first.
I'll be right back.
All right. Wonder where Nubs went.
Damn train. Where'd everybody go?
We're still here. Chat room's popping.
Hopping and popping, huh?
Oh, yeah. Danny's in the house.
Yeah, I saw her earlier. Oh, Chuck, I'm sorry, Chuck.
You left Chuck in the
That's
back.
Yeah, I
That's
left.
okay.
Chuck was in the damn basement.
Good morning, Chuck. I want to read this one comment Patrick put out, or Zachary put out there real quick.
Go
In
ahead.
the past, when men would sit around in a bath gown, sound the alarm of thousands of books, they inspired nations, aggregations of deep thought. Today, these Renaissance thinkers are conspiracy theorists. Thank you, Zachary. That is a very good connection that we really need to absorb, is that we're all not crazy, that we are those thinkers, the watchers, the whatever word you want to put in there to say the same thing. Yeah, I think he's right, and I think we're kind of scattered.
Oh, come on, Mary. You know you're just a dried up meth head. I heard that somewhere.
Yeah,
Gee,
isn't
who
it
did I hear that
awesome?
from? Yep.
It's awesome to talk truth and be called names by other truthers. I mean, that's just, is that a badge or is it a war mark? You know, like, I don't know how to take that.
Well, that's like Yurt. He was getting in my shit, and I said, "You've come out with so many different channels and characters. How the hell How were we supposed to know who you were?"
Yep.
And he said, "Well, I ain't got no use for you." I said, "Fine, I ain't got no use for you either then."
I mean, he really went. He wasn't just dark. You're like, I think they're doing a play on like, what's the comic, The Dark Knight or whatever.
Well, let's just say he he climbed upon Paul's pole.
Well,
Yeah, I've listened. Go ahead,
all
Larry.
I can all I can say is I only got one damn character, and that character is Dirty Larry. And the reason I have that character, Dirty Larry, is because I'm Dirty Larry and I'm sticking to it. Damn
Sounds good to me.
it.
You notice Moose out there getting himself in trouble again.
Well, actually, I really think that their house of cards has lost some cards and they don't know what to do. And when you live in, really, my own advice is when you live in truth, get back to truth. You know what to do when you live in truth. It sucks to find out that people that follow you are dirty birdies, you know, that you wouldn't want to be around. Maybe that's your sign to go back to living in truth and stop all this entertainment bullshit. You know, entertainment bullshit is useful where? In Hollywood. Why? Because they use it as a narrative. Go to Hollywood. Take your entertainment
See,
where it belongs. If not, talk freaking truth and stop the bullshit. That's what got me on, Chuck. That's what got me on to Larry. Larry got me on his panel because I wasn't sure of my own signal. So I had not joined panels for, you know, I've been sitting here yelling at my phone for months. Let's just put it that way.
I understand.
So Larry kind of was like, "No, if you can watch the video, you can do the stream. You can join a panel." So we tried it, and we're just bullshitting, right? Right, Larry? Just hanging out, just getting to know each other, two people, and all of a sudden we become targets of other people.
Yep.
And it's really suspect because what do we talk here, guys? We talk about problems we've had, solutions we've tried, things we've learned, things we need to learn. You know, these are subjects we've all talked about here. And rarely do we get on an entertainment only type of platform.
I've never seen that over here.
Exactly. So, what are they really attacking? And who are they really? And that question we should all be asking ourselves, including them. Because if you're attacking good people and you say you're a good person, that 2 and 2 ain't equaling 4 in that equation.
You forget about the new math.
Huh. Don't even get me started on that one, Larry.
Yeah.
I mean, talk
Yeah.
about confusing our kids intentionally.
And the more this goes, the angrier some people seem to get that are so-called spiritual.
I mean,
don't
don't you
buy it.
all feel exhausted after experiencing something from that side of the camp?
Oh, it wears you down listening to all that crap. I couldn't
Someone
see
told me
being
once.
one. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, Chuck. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Someone told me once that sometimes you have to dig through shit to find a nugget of truth. And the longer time goes on, the longer I disagree with that. I absolutely disagree with that. And that person who said that to me is kind of floating within those channels. And I'm just wondering if they still stand by that digging through shit to find a nugget of truth. Because I've tried observing, I've tried looking for the nugget of truth. It's been a long time, Chuck. It's been a lot of digging. You know what I mean?
Yep, you end up coming out stinking.
Yep. And to not admit that fact you just said is very personally hurtful to our own selves, because we've all swam, we've all stepped in mud, we all know what it's like to rub up against wet paint. You know what I'm saying? When you're hanging in the wrong areas, you're gonna come out with something.
Mm-hmm.
And I've already admitted that I've stayed in that observation mode way too freaking long. And maybe it was God's intent. Maybe it was just long enough to have the chance to see people destroy their own channel with their own mouths.
Zach
I know
says you
these.
can't turn. Sorry, go ahead, Chuck.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Linda.
Zach says you can't. I know you're gonna love this. Zach says you can't turn chicken shit into chicken salad.
Since when?
That was a good one.
You're eating the wrong stuff, Larry.
Now you tell me.
It's like Z the last 2 days. I don't know what planet he's on. He's diggier than something.
Kind of reminds me of a deer tick. They burrow.
Holier than thou, he thinks he is. That boy's full of anger. It comes out every time.
I think his biggest problem is look at me and who I am.
Well, that's Tommy.
I kind of wonder about 9/10 of these stories he kind of comes up with.
Oh yeah.
It's like, have you ever, I'm sure we've all growing up in life, you meet this one person, and let's say they're 25 years old, but yet they have 100 years of stories to tell you that they've done.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't add up sometimes.
Yeah. It's like, wait a minute, you're 20 some years old, but how did you do this, that, and that, and this, and this, and this? You went to school for 10 years, but let's see, 10 minus 25. Wait, that's only 15, but yet you didn't go to college till you were 20. Huh.
It's like that Forrest Gump movie.
Yeah.
You know, Forrest Gump was involved in everything.
Stupid is what stupid does.
That'd be us.
Hey, I resemble that, Mark, damn it. How dare you?
Exactly.
Wait a minute. I think I hear it. Beep, 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 the beep, beep, the.
So life's not like a box of cherries.
Chocolate's his life.
You never know what you're gonna get.
Until you get it. And the problem with getting it is sometimes you want it and other times you don't.
Sometimes you get a nut.
The magical fruit you eat, the more you toot, the more you toot, the better you feel. So eat beans at every meal.
That's an old one.
Right?
Oh shit, am I showing my age over here? Damn it.
Just
Yeah,
a little bit.
I thought it
Hey,
was.
I'm only 26. What are you talking about?
That was beans. Beans, a wonderful fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. Wasn't that one of them?
That's what I just said.
Well, I just needed to hear it in my own head. It didn't resonate.
Did you wake and bake this morning, Linda?
Absolutely. I am guilty.
I knew it. That's my girl. You go, girl. You go, girl.
Hey, Linda,
Yeah.
do you know how long a typical heat lasts in girl dogs? I've had boy dogs my whole life.
All right. Hopefully, I say this correctly. It's a week prior. Oh no, you said how long's the heat? Okay,
Yeah.
so
I
about
think it's 2 or 3 weeks.
yeah, 2 to 3
Six,
weeks. 'Cause-
six, ain't it?
what was that, Chuck?
I thought it was 6 weeks.
No, because you have the week prior that she can get, you know,
Pregnant.
close to pregnant, and then you got the week that she's doing it, and then you got that week that she can still get. There's a long window, if I'm correct. Danny's laughing her ass off at us. Get your butt up here and tell us what's going on. Educate us, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the wolf lady said that usually when the black wolf goes in the heat, she's in heat for like 3 weeks.
Yeah,
Sure,
that's
she
what I was
wasn't talking
thinking.
about you, Larry.
What was that, Chuck?
I said, you sure she wasn't talking about you?
No, I'm in heat 24 hours of the day.
Well, that means
Oh,
I'm at the halfway point now. So another week and a half.
And from time to time, I have been known to foam at the mouth.
Oh shit, Larry, you let that out there?
Well,
They make bibs. They make bibs for that.
Okay, fine. It's not foam. It's drool.
There you go. Get it straight.
Funny.
Yeah, Danny's coming in triples now.
Oh man, I remember when my signal was like that, Danny. That was so frustrating.
Like it sends it out there and then it bounces it back to her and then comes back to us. I don't know what's
Yeah, because
going on.
the phone never gets the signal back that it was sent, so it'll keep trying to send it until it gets the signal back that it was sent until it stops.
Okay.
Something about these hills and how the internet is. That's why I went through so many companies. I went through, I think, all the prepays. I hate AT&T, so I didn't even try them because I hate their guts. I tried the local phone, like the local, there's local cell phone companies.
Uh-huh.
That was trash. So I finally wound up on Verizon, and my internet is through someone called RVIT guy.
Mm.
And dude, they're awesome. Like to get the internet and the amount of people who use the internet here at the same time,
Yeah.
pretty cool.
My son
Weird
was
thing,
telling. Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
I was gonna say the weird thing though is can't do StreamYard on that internet. I have to do it from my phone's data.
Huh. When I have this,
Don't
Danny.
you use your Wi-Fi data up pretty quick though?
Our VIT guy offers unlimited, like literally unlimited internet at one
How much does
one
that cost?
cost. It's $100 a month.
Yeah.
But it's not like after 675 gigabytes you slow down. You never slow down.
Yeah, that's what most of these companies do to you is you get to a certain point and then they start slowing you down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna add in that my son said that they sell these. I don't know what the hell they're called. Why did I open my mouth? But basically, you plug it in your wall, and it helps the Wi-Fi reach out further on my
Well,
property.
I asked Verizon that about a signal booster, and
Signal booster. Thank you.
they sent me this big ass box that you plug in to your internet cable, so that then your signal would be bounced. And I was like, I'm off grid. This doesn't work here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm at a signal booster. Like, you put your out there and you boost the. I have to buy like a universal one in order to boost my signal here, but they do work.
Okay, cool.
But not that damn box Verizon tried to send me. Damn, I was like, what the hell is this?
Dropnut says, give Danny a wrench. But
Danny
then
don't
he
have a
retracted it.
wrench?
Yeah, Daddy never had a wrench. I've never seen her in blue. Just thought everybody already knew that.
I did not know
No,
that.
half the time I don't know who has them, who I gave them to. I'm just a senile old man.
Bye, Chuck. I hope you come back.
Yes, I hope you come back, Chuck. I'm gonna drop out real quick. I might be back. I'm not sure. I just gotta go do something.
Okay,
All
thanks
right.
for the warning. Have a
Hey,
good one.
before you leave, I got to tell you something.
What?
Don't let the door hit you in the ass.
I knew you were gonna do that, Larry. Thanks for the send off. Love ya.
All right.
Love you.
Love you too.
Let's see, your morning did turn around.
Oh yeah, I think it's really true. We most of the time we're our worst enemies.
Absolutely. Or a
I know.
worst critic.
I know that's one of my biggest faults is I tend not to have as much faith in myself as I should, basically. It's kind of hard though getting that faith when you've been beat down your whole life, because you don't. When you're beat down all the time, you feel like you're really not worth much.
I can see where you're going with that, but that's the whole principle of having faith, correct?
Oh yeah.
I heard someone say it's harder to be good than it is to be bad. Which never made sense to me because I think the people that are bad are trying too hard to pretend to be good. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like, Nubs was saying earlier, when we're praying, we got to be careful what we're praying for because we can be praying to either the universe or God or whatever you want to call it or Him, or you could be praying to evil or the devil or Satan or whatever you want to call it or him.
Right.
And, so therefore you got to be careful of your intentions, your motives, and sometimes even your feelings.
Guru wrote, when you are no longer affected by anyone else's opinion or what they think about you, you will begin to experience freedom. Exactly.
Very true. I like Nude's symbol there. It fits his name very well. So you got anything planned for the day, Linda?
Just my normal routine. We got a lot of rain, so I'll be moving water. Um, Pulling some weeds because they like to grow when that water comes too.
Yeah. last
see.
couple days it's been really nice here, so I've been trying to get outside for at least a few hours, 2 or 3 hours, and
Oh, that's good. That's real good.
doing some stuff around the yard and different things that I don't tend to get done when the weather's not good.
Right. Zach added, it's a matter of perspective. Good is void without evil, unidentified without a countering thing. Therefore, evil is required for good to exist, and vice versa.
Yeah, one can't exist without the other, that's for sure. That's your
But
negative and positive again. You have to have a negative and a positive to create a connection, to
and
create
that
current,
and that takes it back to what you were saying.
to create energy.
Being able to tell the difference. Yeah. What you tapping over there?
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you could
Yeah.
hear it.
That's
When
telling
my
on you.
when I get my tobacco after I run it through the
Oh, you're double
machine,
tapping to pack it. You're packing.
well, the tobacco after I run it through the machine a few times, it gets really fine. And once the tobacco gets fine, you can't really run it through the machine anymore because it gets
It's like
packed.
dust. Yeah, I
Yeah, it gets
remember.
packed too easy. So basically, what I do is I grab all that fine stuff and I drop it into the tube, and then I pack it down as I go.
Smart.
Because I mean, there's sometimes out my whole tray will be filled up. I don't realize, but there'll be a lot of tobacco underneath that roller, and I'll lift it up. And I'm like, holy shit! I'll have 2 or 3 days of just fine tobacco sitting on the tray.
Tree trash. But hey, waste not, want not.
Oh, believe me, 9 times out of 10, I get a fuse every time I roll because I get dog hair in it.
I was gonna say cat hair, dog hair. Yep.
It sucks.
Well, I think I'm gonna scoot on out of here. I want to go check on them bunnies.
How they'll do, and
Growing. They're growing so fast.
is that why they call them rabbits?
Pretty much.
Damn it. All right, well, you take care. You'll have to take some pictures or some film of them sometime and show us again.
Yeah, definitely. I might be posting something shortly.
Sounds great. You take
All
care and
right.
have it better
Y'all
tomorrow.
have a beautiful day.
Hey, Linda,
Hey. Yeah. Yeah.
don't let
What's
that
up?
door hit you in the ass.
Love y'all.
Take care. Bye bye. Damn it. I hate being up here by myself. I feel on the spot. Get it? On the spot. Because I'm a spot in the middle of the screen. Uh huh. So, what do you guys want to talk about now? Go get those bunnies. Danny. Good to see you, girl, as always. I've never heard of Nutty Tones. I just get a big bag of tobacco. Costs me like $15 or whatever, and I get close to 3 cartons of cigarettes. So definitely a lot cheaper. I want to quit sometime. I just haven't made that decision yet. Well, I'll give you some of my energy, my waves to you, and I'll make my force be with you, and your internet will be strong. The force will be strong within your internet. uh, yeah, it's funny because you keep doing a double sentence in the chat. I noticed just last night I was hooked up to my Wi-Fi internet, not my hardline internet. When I was hooked up to my Wi-Fi, it's only getting like 20 megabytes of download. Now I'm getting over 100. So things should run a lot smoother. Oh, wow. Yeah, definitely, I think would take some of that harshness out. How much is that stuff, though? See, I think I get like a pound or something for it. Let's see, where does it say? Yeah, I'll get a pound for like $15. 18 at the most. It's weird. The last couple days here in StreamYard, I haven't been able to chat. Oh wait, now I can. That's weird. Strange and unusual things going on. Well, I think if nobody gets a topic they would like to talk about or whatever, in at 2:25 I will end the stream. Oh shit, Manel, how you doing, girl? Good to see you. Hope everything's doing well with you. An ounce for $10. That's pretty expensive. That's what I get as pipe tobacco. I get a pound for, like I said, $15. I'm doing well, thank you. Getting better every day. Yeah, I don't know why that does that. A lot of times on the phone, you can't see chat. It's kind of weird. I don't think it's right though either. Hey, Manel,
Hey, how you doing?
how are you doing?
I thought I
Only
should
you're.
just chime in a little bit and just say hello.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just to say hello, really.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cool. How's the weather over
How you
there?
doing? Yeah, actually quite pretty. We got a little bit of sunshine, which is nice.
Yeah, it's always good. It's been nice
You
last.
don't get that. Go on, go on.
Go ahead.
Mm. Yeah, no, I mean it's usually quite grey here and chucking it down, that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, it's been nice
And
here the
they
last
do
few
like
days too.
yeah, but they do like to spray. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, I don't understand all that stuff myself. In a lot of ways, I think whoever's controlling this planet will say they're trying to, in some ways, play God. And I think by them trying to play God by doing all these different things to our weather, atmosphere, so on and so forth, I think
Yeah, I've
it's gonna.
got my signal back anyway.
I think in the long run, it's gonna hurt
Yeah,
us. I'm,
yeah. I mean, they've been doing this for quite a long time. It's not sort of new, you know.
well, no,
A lot
I'm
of folk
saying
don't.
how much can nature take before either one it rebels or it just cease to exist, basically.
Mm, yeah, there is that. There is that.
Well, I don't know. I think like I said, I think one of the two things will happen. Either it's going to rebel, or it's just going to deteriorate in one way or
Shut
another.
down.
Yeah.
Mm. I'm still very happy that my cat is alive because I didn't listen to what the vets told me. He's still going. He's going. Little Tobin is still good. And all the others are good as well. The old
Yeah.
cat and the three dogs, they're all doing well. You know, considering everything.
To me,
And I,
that philosophy of vets nowadays seems to be that you'll bring your animal, your loved one in, and their
mm,
first thing is, oh, well, it'd be better to just put it out of its misery. It's like they don't want to do anything but charge you a bunch of money to
yeah.
kill your loved one. And like
Mm,
you found out, 9 times out of 10, all it takes is a little loving care and some, herbs or whatever. Pay attention to what's going on and
mm.
deal with it accordingly, and nature will take its course one way or another.
Well, exactly. And I mean, what I've discovered is that I don't give him any dry food at all. And I also give him extra water in his wet food. And what I do now with the girls, the three dogs, they're tiny, they're ankle gnashers. But when I give them wet food, I put it in water. So they take the water in at the same time as the dry food. Completely different. And they're sorry for anyone that's listening, but their stools are better for doing that.
Yeah.
So yeah, whether we like it or not, everybody shits and pisses, and you know what I mean.
No way. Speak for yourself. No.
Hey, it's all good for the soil. Those kind of things, depending on what you're. I mean, we can't really get away from the fact that we are literally being sprayed like bugs. But nonetheless, if we put good things into our gut, and I've actually gotten into the liquid bio gut replenishment stuff recently.
Hey, Moose is in the chat. He said he just got to Connecticut. Hope we're
Hey,
having a
Moose.
wonderful day. And yes,
Yeah.
Moose, we hope that you're having a wonderful day also. And safe travels and love to you and your family.
Absolutely.
It's been kind of cool watching them. Well, lack of better words, we'll say watching them travel across country. You know, I feel kind of like we're experiencing his travels with them, and I think it's cool.
Hey, Moose, that's a good picture.
Well, good morning,
That's
fellas
hilarious.
and ladies.
Oh, diddly.
I woke up this morning and my legs still worked and my hair's still there and things are looking good.
That's funny. I think in these times we do need a bit of a laugh, don't we? Hey, Moose. Oops.
Yeah, getting a
Can see
little
my
too
grumpy
serious,
face.
and then Larry busts out with his mansion.
Yeah, I'm in a
I'm
mansion
over
of
here
shit.
styling. I'm
with my friend.
styling
Is
and
that a
profiling.
church?
See, this is my real home here. That other image I show most of the time is you know just a fake background. This is my real life here. It's all a ploy. You believe that, right? Haha. Now watch this. Ooh. Oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm a ghost. I disappeared.
No, it's good though. I mean, you know, we need to kind of do the connection thing. You know,
So whereabouts in Connecticut are you, Moose? I guess you can't. Moose, where in Connecticut
I've got
are
too
you?
many enemies to let you know my exact location.
Oh shit. Well, you can give it an approximate.
Can you not hear me?
Can you hear me
I hear
now?
you loud and
All right,
clear.
let me look at the
Oh,
map. I'll be right
I hear
back.
you loud and clear. Moose, hear you loud and clear. Just tell us what lovely things you can see along the roadside or wherever you are.
Is there a Bucky's there? That place was incredible. Did you see that a few days ago when he was at Bucky's?
It was pretty crazy, but my coordinates are 42 north and 72 west. Those are the coordinates,
I can
folks.
hear
Come get
mini
me.
Moose.
Come get you. I'm on, how
Oh, that was
be
Kiwi.
there? All I got to do is hop in my jet, and I'll be there in about an hour.
Kiwi, stop
Yeah.
whining. And if you're gonna whine, come closer.
Well, I've got a problem with that because I'm in the UK. I'm actually in Scotland, so unless I can get a private jet to come and scoot across.
Well, I have my house is a private jet. Do you forget?
Are you asking me to join the Mile High Club?
I cannot confirm or
No,
deny.
that's funny.
I can't confirm or deny, Moose.
That's funny.
Just because I got a
I like
picture
it.
with no teeth doesn't mean I don't got any, Larry. Just be careful.
Maybe I like teeth.
You don't like the gummy bears?
Well, you know, they're good once in a while, but
That's
a little
hilarious.
a little point of view is kind of nice too once in a time.
Good stuff. It's nice to come and see you guys.
I know we were gonna have to get in the jet and come check you. See if you
Right.
were all right.
There's lots
You
of
went
nice.
missing.
Yeah, there's
I
lots.
sent out an APB.
Sorry.
I sent out the bat signal, Manel. I sent out the bat signal.
Yeah. Oh. Well, there's lots of lovely coastal, amazing stuff here. And there's apparently the center of a volcano, but it looks more like the Devil's Mound. And there's a whole beach with this stone that's all rounded. And you've got these cylinders, like the Giant's Causeway going to Ireland from the bottom of Britain. But it's literally, you have to climb through rock faces. And people have actually stolen the chain walk. They've cut the chains. They were stainless steel. So you have these little footholds that you climb up this stone wall, and you go through a hole and you go into the next beach and the next beach. And then you get to the one that's got all these black, shiny, so they're like egg-shaped and spherical shaped. And then you have this, which is like the Devil's Mound, basically. But there's not a lot of it left. But it's fascinating. And there's loads of fossils all the way along the coast as well, including agates and amber. It's not so much nowadays because a lot of people have been picking it up for decades. But yeah, absolutely fascinating. For a little narrow land.
What did he say?
Why you gotta argue all the time?
Different streaks for different freaks.
Absolutely. But so you must find things that are like, you know, I mean, I don't know how old they are, but I've got like fossils of things, of creatures that I've picked up on those walks. You know, they're fascinating. And who knows how old they are or how recent they are even.
That was very insightful. We've got a lot of silence going on here, so I think we should pray about it.
I can hear Mama Moose and Minnie Moose.
Yeah, we're trying to contemplate whether we should hit the road again. We've been on the road for a couple hours already.
Okay.
We don't want to get there too early, I guess, because we are
Where
we're
are you
boondocking
heading
it. We're heading to a secret location, about 2 hours
Ah.
north. 2 hours north.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, nothing exciting. What, Larry?
Is it just secret, or is it top secret, or is it ultra top secret?
No, I mean, if you have a low military clearance, you should probably be able to send in a request. It might take a little while, but I'm sure if you send in a request, you'll get those information that you want.
In 3 to 6 weeks, right?
I was thinking 5 to 7, but I mean, if you want it in 3, we could also charge you just a little bit more and get you it in 3.
Just today, 1995. If you call in the next 30 seconds.
Well, if you call in the
Brilliant.
next
I love
30
it.
seconds, I'll do 1995, but after that, it's got to go up to 99.99.
Well, duh. And you too can own your pocket popil. It slices, it dices, it popils, it does everything you want in one kitchen tool. Order today for $19.95 Shipping will only cost you $39.95, but if you call right now, we'll give you a free one. Except you got to pay shipping on that one too. So, you know, we get you through the drive-through every time.
Larry, I'm cheating. That picture of me is from 20 years ago. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. It's from
You better watch out. You might
2004.
bring Brian O'Shea in here, Manel.
Yeah. Well, I'm a little bit craggier now. So there you go.
Crackier.
Craggier. But that was 2003 that picture was taken. And it was on
Right
top
on.
of the roof of the house. Sorry?
The top of the roof of what?
Where I lived, it was on the rim of the well, no, it's Shizer. I'm trying to think where it is. It's Aylesbury Vale. Aylesbury Vale, and I lived in one of the tiny villages up on the rim. And I was literally looking over the rim as the sun was setting there. It was really hot summer. I was keeping tropical fish and I lost a load of fish. And I also lost 2 of my cats in 2 days. It was really horrible. But I went to I think I've told you this already. I went to the Bucks Herald and we changed the speed limit from 60 to 30. So, you know, I think that's
Right
fair,
on.
isn't it? For a village to be like, because I used to literally step out of my gate and these buggers would just come hammering. And I'm a courier. So I know, you got a little bit of time, you got to get there and all that. But if you're going through a village, you got to have a little bit of respect, you know? So, yeah.
Definitely, most definitely.
So, but
You
yeah,
mean-
so, sorry.
I was going to say, you mean kids might be playing kickball in the street or something?
Exactly.
No
That's
way.
what I'm saying. But yeah, the speed limit was changed. I got the back page of the Bucks Herald in 2003. And these are animals that came to me. I didn't go and get them from somewhere, from some, animal hospice or whatever. They literally came to me, and one was a huge, beautiful, grey, stripy tiger. He was absolutely gorgeous, and he was the most timid thing you could ever find. But he came into the house, and Tintin, who was the original Tintin, was black and white. He came in the house first, and that was a neighbour's cat. I don't know where the other 2 came from. And then Bella came in, and Bella was like this semi-long-haired, beautiful, it's sort of Bourneville black fur with sage eyes, and she was just tiny. She was tiny. But yeah, so they all came in one after another, and they used to bring frogs in, and the frogs would end up in the water bowls. I mean, you can't make any of this up. It was fascinating. Anyway, that's
cool.
one of my stories.
So when's the last time, though, that you remember actually seeing a child playing kickball, foursquare, hopscotch, any of those games that we used to play when we were kids? I don't honestly remember seeing a kid play any of those for years.
Early 70s.
I'm sorry, guys. I understand your nostalgia factor here, but those games sucked. Okay, they sucked.
No, they
They're-
didn't. They built
sucked.
character. They
were weird.
character.
We're old kids,
No.
mate. We're old kids.
The game that builds character is dodgeball. Okay, if you could dodge a wrench, then you can dodge a ball.
Well, that's a given.
Well, I don't know. I saw some weird stuff when I was a small child. So,
What about
we were
tetherball?
climbing trees. Oh no, we were climbing trees, and fences and rescuing animals as well. So there was
Have
all
you
that.
ever seen a tetherball used as a weapon?
No, but I've gotten smacked in the head with one. It was going so quick.
I've had a tetherball used against me as a weapon and also tied me up.
Wow.
That's the only way the guy could. That's the only way he could beat me up, was to tie me up.
Wow. Yeah, no, well, don't forget that I was kind of raised in the UK and then partially Germany as well, out in the countryside, I might add. So it was like everything's gone quiet. You're just listening to me now, aren't you? Anyway, so yeah, Germany.
I think what's
Germany
happening in the
was
world.
Yeah, go on.
What's happening in the world is, we got electronics everywhere. The children are being brought up on iPads, so like all those cool games of the past, like kickball and hopscotch and fucking what's that Foursquare game and all that old people shit. People aren't doing that no more because they're sitting on their tablet and they're sitting inside and they're I don't know, they're sucking up nothing.
You're right.
People are
You're
becoming so
absolutely
weak
right.
because they're not getting no sun,
Took me forever to find
not
the guy.
getting no love in nature.
I mean, as like, yeah, you're right. We as like
I'm going to be on the
9-year-olds, we were
side for
building
guys
ski
for a second.
slopes
I'll
and
talk to
stuff.
you in a bit.
Okay. Yeah, go on, Moose. Moose, carry on, please. Is there anybody out there?
Did he say he was changing diapers?
No, he's just going off for a moment. Go on, carry on with what you were saying there.
We're still here.
Interesting.
We're still live. All right. So what are we saying?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Back to the children, man. The children. So everywhere I've gone, though, I see that children either have a phone. The schools are giving them out. Oh, there's tons of people out there. Who's out there? We got two. When you see Thomas, rest stop, we are going to be hitting the road. So if you're searching for me, my coordinates will be changing.
I never search for anyone. You be free, man.
But have you ever done a cross-country road trip, Manel?
Well,
or
yeah.
Just a long one or whatever?
Yeah, not recently, though. But, I mean, the last cross-country thing I did was coming up here from Northamptonshire to Scotland, to East Fife. So that was like 10 hours. Yeah, it was 10 hours because my car was playing silly buggers. Yeah, there was stuff going on anyway.
Where are we going tonight?
Nope. Hey, Nubs.
Oh, holy shit, that was fucking fun. Damn, that was fun. So I just had to get off because I got a phone call. I was just up on the panel here a little while ago. Had a phone call. Phone call was from a police department that I had called yesterday. Well, I had said my piece. You know, I wasn't concerned about much else. Well, I get that phone call today. The guy says, well, it looks like you had a report. It looks like it wasn't fully filled out. So it hit my desk, and I'm calling to follow up. Well, Yesterday, while I was talking to his officer, I asked his officer what the 5 elements of the First Amendment are, the very first law of our nation. His words, his answer was, I don't know. I said, that's despicable. That's treason. You're a law enforcement officer and you don't know the very first law of our nation. How in God's green earth are you able to perform your duties?
Wow.
I went off on the man, belittled the man because he deserved to be belittled. In my opinion, at that point in time, I did not belittle the man personally, merely his knowledge of law. But he took it personally. So he decided to whine and cry and give his piece of paper to the next guy. Well, the next guy called me up and I had fun having a conversation about treason and all sorts of different things like that. And obviously it's not to the extent of treason per se. Like it's not a, I'm going to hang for this type deal. No, not that level of treason, but you know, lose my job and not work for the public again. Maybe. I'm okay with that. If you're denying these things. Is it just you and me, Larry? Am I just bitching? Yep. We dropped. Did I drop? Who dropped?
Hang on a minute, Nubs. I'm talking with my daughter. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought I was just up here bitching randomly.
Yeah, I think I dropped as well. I did.
All right. Anyways, long story short, the captain or something like that, one of the commanders or command officers called me back from the professional standards unit. I said, professional standards, perfect. Just the people I wanted to talk to. Your boy doesn't know the First Amendment. There's a fundamental problem with this. He didn't find a problem with it at first. He thought I was just being condescending and blah, blah, blah. Well, we ended up having a decent conversation. A piece of shit for not beating the shit out of this man that was willing to commit treason for not knowing the fundamentals of his fucking job. You know, and if he's out there, you know, the first time he violates any one of those constitutional rights, it is a violation of the Constitution. That is by definition treason. Like, you gave your oath. It doesn't fucking matter. Go to the military and deal with that shit. I dare you. Have fun. They'll kick you out so fucking fast your head will spin. Well, maybe not anymore that we're kind of searching for soldiers, but at one point in time we had integrity. No, but we ended up having a really good conversation, and I told him to put his badge and his gun on the fucking desk for a minute, and let's talk man to man. Off the fucking record. Obviously, it's still on the fucking record. That shit's all fucking recorded. But nevertheless, I was like, dude, how the fuck do you know how to catch deer or kill deer? And he's like, no. I was like, I'm not a fucking hunter either, but I do know the fundamentals of hunting. Now, let me ask you this. Are you going to run through the fucking woods with your gun like a fucking moron at 90 miles per hour trying to hunt down a deer? No, you're not. You just waste all your fucking energy and all your efforts. But what you can do is you can put a little bit of corn down and walk the fuck away. Come back the next day, put a little bit of corn down. Guess what? Walk the fuck away. Third day, put a little corn down. Might take you 4 or 5 days putting corn down, but then one day you climb the tree instead of walk the fuck away.
You're going to get that deer, aren't you?
Abso-fucking-lutely. Every time. You don't even need a bow and arrow. Just jump on the motherfucker. You got it. Every fucking time. And this man, as a police officer, doesn't understand these fundamentals. I said, dude, how are you out there? How are you even out there putting the fucking public at risk, catching quote-unquote criminals, if your officers don't know the fundamentals of law? These are the laws. You're enforcing a policy. A policy gets trumped by a law every time. That's why they're different. And we went around and around. It was a heated conversation, definitely at times. And then I got done being heated. He understood that I was fucking pissed off because he has no integrity. I didn't need to beat a dead horse till it was nothing. I mean, gotta let it get something so it can get back up. But I told him, he asked me what he wants me to do with that piece of paper that the complaint had gotten started. I said, here's what I want you to do. At first, I told him to throw it in that round receptacle with all the integrity and morals and ethics and values. And then I said, you know what? Hold that thought. Pull that piece of paper out of that trash can filled with all your morals, ethics, values, integrity, and everything like that. Pull that out and write the word fucking integrity in big black fucking letters and put it somewhere where everybody can see it as they walk into your fucking office for a week. The people that look at it and say, what's that all about? Those are the people that have integrity. The rest of them, you can say, fuck off. He was like, that's a really good fucking idea. I was like, of course it is. You're fucking hunting. As a law enforcement agent, you would think you would know a couple of things. One, how to hunt a criminal. Two, what the fucking laws are that make him a criminal. Not in that order.
Well,
Oh, God, it's fun.
No, criminality is what they actually are. So they're not lawful. You know this. They're not lawful.
Right,
they're
right.
not morally lawful. That it's the legal system. And for those that
Well,
don't
that
know,
we got into that at the end. I looked at him. I was like, if you don't realize that all of this shit has to do with fucking money, you're either daft, dumb, stupid, or just plain ignorant.
Yeah.
He's like, what do you mean? He took offense to it. I was like, okay, hold up. When you write a ticket, doesn't that waitress write a ticket? And it goes to an order, right? An order of the judge. Now I explained it. I don't think he understood it at first. And then he got it. He was like, what the fuck? Like, you could hear the what the fuck in his voice. It was priceless.
You could hear the cogs turning in his brain.
Yes, you could. Yes, you could. He seems like genuinely a good man. But good men get distracted easily. Put some shiny shit in front of me and I'm like, hey, squirrel. Fucking A, though. I think, honestly, it's going to be fun. I bet you at the end of the week, he's going to call me back and be like, 3 people said something. 3. What the fuck?
You woke someone up, though, like in a big way.
Hopefully.
Because you could see
Hopefully.
that thing happening in his mind, you know?
I wish the best. You know, that's really what I can say. It was funny, though. The one part of the conversation, I was like, all right, we're in Minnesota. We have 3 major cities. Okay? We have Duluth, we have Minneapolis, and we have St. Paul. Minneapolis and St. Paul are right next to each other. They feed off of each other. They're like the big brother. And then you got the little sister up in Duluth. Well, it's still 3 major cities, 3 economic powers. And I said, already being Duluth, you're smaller than the other 2 just in general. He's like, yeah. I was like, so you're a major city that's not really a major city that is really a major city. He's like, yeah. I was like, all right. So think about this. You literally, if you're competing per se for law enforcement accolade, like pats on the back, whatever, you're competing against fucking Bob Fletcher. Now, what you don't know about Bob Fletcher is he's the Ramsey County Sheriff. Ramsey County Sheriff owes the public account for, I think it's like at least $3 million at the very minimum, anywhere from 3 million to 50 million. That's kind of like unaccounted for money. Crime has never been higher. Never been higher.
Nubs, we know this. I mean, this is the same even in the UK.
No. What I'm saying though is in our back to our conversation, I like this officer knows Bob Fletcher personally. Like he's met him. And I was like, you're competing against fucking Bob Fletcher. Come the fuck on, dude. Like, even being a little city, you should still be able to go up and smack the bitch. He started fucking laughing. I was like, see, at least we can find common ground somewhere. But
So
hopefully I woke him up.
When you see that thing going through their mind, it's like a mind worm. And you see them going, oh.
He did tell me. He did tell me. He did tell me one thing that he basically was like, I'll give you my oath on this. I was like, I don't need your fucking oath. Just do it. Yeah, let your yes be yes and your no be no. And he's like, all right, whatever. Here's what I'll do. I personally will read through the Constitution. I'll read the whole thing. It's like perfect. Read it, understand it, do it. Your law enforcement should be fundamentals. He's like, yeah. Well, not saying blah, blah, blah. And then I was like, well, we'll see how it goes because Duluth is not that far. I have a cell phone right fucking here. Then I was like, yeah, we'll see this summer. If I come up to Duluth, there won't be any kinds of problem. But violate my first or third or fourth or fifth or sixth or any of the amendments, I'll know that this conversation went on deaf ears. And he's like, well, what do you mean by that? I was like, because I'll be suing the city. And here's your notice right here on the record. He's like, oh. I'll stand on my rights. They're mine because they're mine. They're mine because I use them. Yeah, they're mine because my creator gave them to me, really. And what are you going to do with a seed?
I think this is where we're at now.
Let me ask you this. To me, pack of cilantro, right? Looks like delicious cilantro on the top. That's not cilantro. That's just a part of cilantro. Just like rights, I need to plant these things and let them grow.
Right.
Then I'll be enjoying that cilantro. You know, and that's how I look at these things. And honestly, I'm glad we were able to have the conversation. He didn't like that I was yelling at him. He got into his feelers. Then I stopped yelling at him because I realized that I had slapped him around just enough to make him aware that, well, I mean, seriously, the guy was trying to cop-splain to me left and right, but comically. I was like, okay, that's great. And then he said something at some point in the conversation. I remember he said something about officer safety, and I was like, "Oh, you mean cowardice?" He was like, "No, what are you talking about?" I was like, "Well, officer safety means you're protecting your own. Were you hired to protect your own, or were you hired to protect the public? So officer safety is cowardice, public safety is heroism." He was like, "Oh."
So ultimately, we actually pay their wages. We pay their wages.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
we do.
And that's the thing that I told him. I said, all I'm at for, the reason you can't do a
They
damn.
serve us, don't they? Yes,
Damn
they
it.
do.
Hang on 1 second.
You have got a shitty signal, Blake.
You're roboting.
It's right, bit of a robot voice going on. It's just your signal, man. That's all. But yeah, they are basically
My bad.
paid by us. They wouldn't have a wage if we didn't pay the taxes. Doesn't matter what country you're in. If we didn't pay taxes, and it doesn't matter what it is that you're buying, that goes to them, basically. So for those that don't freaking realize this,
in America, it goes to the general fund. Normally, we have two basic general fund. This is not civics. This is loosely me explaining. We have two general funds. We have a federal fund and we have a state fund. Your taxes go between the federal and the state. And basically, those funds then are distributed back to a certain degree. Then you also have local taxation that does go for like city tax and stuff like that. Because there's federal, there's local, and then there's city. And then there's also other things that come on with other tax. It's all extortion anyways, but the way they have the extortion racket done it's pretty efficient.
Right, I just want to say something. It's like there used to be the thing called, I know they call it council tax now here in Britain, right? So you're paying basically around, if you live on your own, you're paying like 1,200 British pounds, right? For the year.
You mean just to live?
That's just for your bins to be collected and the police force that you may never use. You may use.
Well, what if you don't agree with the way that? What if your trash man sucks?
It used to be called something else, and I can't actually remember what they used to call it. But there were freaking riots about this here, like several decades ago, right? It wasn't called.
Well, anytime taxation
the term to council tax, right?
Right.
That's what they do with everything. They change the terms.
What is the definition of extortion? To take something that's not yours by force.
Right. Exactly.
Or threat. More threat than force.
Okay.
But threat of force.
You know that I'm living in the house of my dead parents, right? You know this.
Okay.
Not a secret. So, but I'm also going through legal crap, but with will, and it's a load of blah blah. It's just weird, and I haven't got a clue.
I've been through the experience recently with my grandparents.
Yeah, I don't have a clue, and they didn't leave me in a very good way because the house is stacked. And I know I've repeated this many, many times, but the lawyers are, every time I call them, they are taking money from the account.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And they
so don't call lawyers.
They
you know how much check this out. So you know how much information I sat online yesterday over at the Tribe. Are you familiar with that channel?
I've heard of them, but I've been going through.
Go check him out.
So
go check him out because the thing is the Tribe. Yep, he was going through common law trust.
Right.
You can find all this information out, and that lawyer all of a sudden is calling you saying, hey, wait, I haven't gotten a payment for a while. You haven't asked a question for a while. Why? Because you have done it yourself. You have time, right?
Right.
So one thing you do have, and you have time to be in your head. Well, instead of being in your head, get in your head.
Right.
Get in your mind. Yeah, because I know that the thing is our laws are very, very fundamentally different. Or excuse me, they're very different, but not fundamentally different. Because our laws are based off of your laws.
I know that.
That's why we still pay tax to the Queen.
Yeah,
even though that bitch is dead, we're still paying.
There was no Independence Day. There was no Independence Day. It's a complete scam.
A less taxes day. That's what there was. A redefinition day. They're good at redefining things. But if you think about it, how do you redefine a piece of property? You move the lines.
Exactly.
And you divide it. You don't multiply it. You never multiply it. You only divide.
Here's a little thing that I found out, that you can evade your council tax if you don't own your home. But if you own your home, you don't pay that council tax. They will just accrue
Let me ask you this.
And then they'll take your home. That is what happens if you own. Yeah, in Britain.
That's
Here
junk.
in Britain.
That's junk. I don't know in Britain. I'm saying the law is junk. That just sounds like a setup. I will say, if you learn about trust. Okay, so you said if you don't own it. Well, if you don't own it, but the trust you're in charge of owns it, well, the trust needs to take care of its trustees, right?
Right. I'm the trustee.
And if you're the trustee, wouldn't that fall on the trust, not the trustee?
Oh man, it's so convoluted.
But control everything.
Yeah.
Own nothing. None of that shit is yours. Sell it to a trust, but control the trust.
Right.
Then the tax assessed value goes to the trust, not to you. I don't know how the whole title versus equitable title, because of the difference of the countries and everything, but I know that the fundamentals of trust law are universal.
Right. Okay, I need to look
and
into
you
this.
guys can live. You guys can definitely do a lot of the same things. You're not entitled to all of the freedoms, but if you think about it, what is freedom? Freedom. Free. Well, free has no value. Free mind. Freedom. Freedom. Freya Domes. Freya. Wait, Freya was the goddess, the Norse goddess. You just got to break the words down and you find out what they have moved, because when you move the lines.
And this is why they stopped teaching Latin in schools, because most of our language is from the Latin. If you break down, and we can educate ourselves. It's not that difficult to go and look at this stuff. You know, just be quick when you want to go and buy
know how you go from
stuff.
You know how you go from from Spanish to Portuguese to
Italian's actually closest to the Latin. If you listen to Italian, it is way closer to the Latin.
How do you do it though? Because the
you
words
learn
are all
the
the same.
street of Italy. I learned my Italian in Rome.
No. I'm saying I'm not
sorry.
talking about how you physically do it. What I'm saying is the way that you can easily do it is you change the vowel point. An I goes to an E goes to an A goes to an U, a U goes to an O, or sometimes a Y.
Yes.
And then they change the structure of the sentence to English, because English like it's reversed. Like in German, if I were in Germany and I were to say something along the lines in German, obviously it sounds weird in English, but I would say, throw the cow over the fence some hay.
Right. The German grammatic is reversed. I have of
Mhm.
German heritage. My mother's German. I was educated there as well as here in Britain.
I really,
So
it would be fun if we were
I have
not on a
always had
live. I
this
could tell you more about my family history, and you'd be like, "Holy shit, we're probably fucking related."
Yeah, probably.
My
But
family
so-
goes back into Prussia,
Oh wow!
and then before that, we go all the way back to the Nordic kings and queens.
Wow.
Yeah, my family has been around for a
when you look
very
at the
long
Germanic-
time.
So when we look at the Germanic, that was also distorted because the original Germanic it's pretty much the same as the Celts, to simplify it for those
It was distorted by
haven't
the
spent
Yiddish.
any time on it. Yes, absolutely.
Where did the Yiddish come
it's
from?
hilarious when you, yeah, I know it's hilarious when you look at this like, oh, 6 million Jews died. Well, hang on a minute. Go and have a look at the hundreds of millions.
There
that
weren't
died
6 million
elsewhere.
before.
And go and have a look at the Rhine camps. All the way along the Rhine. All the Germans that were killed. There were hundreds of millions.
Yeah, or what about the
of Germans.
gypsies?
Yeah, them as well. Absolutely.
And here's another question. At that time, obviously not speaking of current sting cat.
I know, I saw that.
She won't
What a
let me
cutie.
alone unless I give her a little bit of cream.
Wow. What a cutie. Oedipus, my cat has also just replied. Oh.
No, if you know history, you're a danger in today's society.
For sure. Absolutely.
Especially if you can determine the difference between his story and what happened.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
You know, like for instance, having that conversation with that police officer, you know, I was talking to him about the fundamentals. I was like, you realize that by you not knowing these very laws that we're talking about, you are literally shitting on the grave of every single soldier that put a fucking bullet into a gun from the inception of our country. And he said, how do you figure? I said, they fought and died for these fundamentals, and you throw them off as chaff to pursue things like policy and statute and code, all of which don't apply. He's like, how don't they apply? I said, you know, it's all about standing and standing. He's like, well, he realized very quickly after I was able to calm down and stop slapping him around like a $2 whore. He realized quite quickly that I was not a member of the public I'm not violent. I'm not a violent man by any means, because he tried to insinuate that a couple of times. I was like, you're fucking ridiculous. Why would I touch a pig? And he's like, whoa. I was like, I have no reason to touch a pig unless you're throwing a bullet at me and I didn't commit a crime. That's the only point in time, and that's self-defense. That's not, you're a man at that point. Yeah. He did not like that.
No, I went and watched the original Animal Farm animated.
Well, you know where our current, speaking of Prussia,
Right, so
you know where our
basically
current,
happened, they removed
right.
the Jones guy, and then the pig takes over. And it's like, what?
Well,
I didn't actually watch the whole thing. I watched most of it, and I was like, this is exactly what's going on.
So let me tell you a little story, okay? And let me see if you can figure this story out. It's a tricky story. So a long time ago, there were some people, And these people were kidnapped from like an hour and a half away. But at this point in time, an hour and a half is too far. So they got brought and they got told, look here, there's some cotton plants out there. Go ahead and start picking them. We'll take care of your basic necessities, and that's it. You got to scrounge for the rest. Well, that went on and on. And then they stopped taking care of the basic necessities. And the people revolted. Well, Tom was the landowner. And his people are revolting, and Tom says, this isn't good. So he goes to his local farmers, and he says, hey, you ever had these kind of problems? And he says, yeah, I had that problem the other year, a couple months back. Frank took care of it. Frank took care of every fucking problem that I had. Frank's a crazy motherfucker, but you listen to Frank. He'll set you straight. So Tom gets a hold of Frank, and Frank comes over and says, hey, Tom, how you doing? Tom says, I'm not doing too well, Frank. See, I got these here people. They aren't doing what I tell them to do. They keep on wanting more and more. They say my supplies aren't enough. They keep on complaining. Frank says, all right, Tom, shush. I understand. Here's what we're going to do. You got to trust me 100%. Anything that I say goes, period. It doesn't matter if it sounds crazy or not. Just fucking trust me. Are you with me, Tom? Tom looks at him and says, well, buddy told me kind of nuts, but he told me he figured it out. So, all right, I'll go with it. So Tom and Frank, they're sitting in their office. They're coming up with their their plan. And Frank looks at Tom and he says, you know what? The problem is you own these people. You have liability to these people. We need to set these people free. What? Tom says. Frank says, trust me. So the next day they go out and they call all the people in, the good, hardworking people that are just a little bit malnourished and just a little bit complaining at this point. They got a little bit extra. They got a little stimulus, you know. They were just okay, just over broke. I mean, really, they were pretty close to broken, but just over broke. Well, see, Tom reluctantly walks out and says, well, after having a conversation with Frank here, all you fine people that have provided me all that service for all those years, you have earned your freedom. You are no longer my property. No longer. And in fact, Frank has convinced me to give you my farm and make me equal to all of you. Frank, everybody loved Frank. And they were like, oh, Frank. In fact, they call it the Day of Frank. It was the 4th of June or something like that. They all said Frank's the best.
Is it like the oh God, what is it called?
You'll be able to figure it out in the story. You'll just hear out the story.
No, it's the 12/20 thing, where they brought the
just hear out the story. Just hear out the story. All right. So the first day they say, all right, since it's your land, why don't you go out and explore? Take the day off. It's the Day of Frank. Y'all get the Day of Frank off. But Monday, come on back. We'll figure out everybody's job so we can make this place the best place that we can possibly do it. So they take the day off. Everybody's having a great time. They get a couple of pigs and having a good time. You know, fat on the hog. Well, the campfires, they dwindled. Then the dawn became the morning, and Monday morning comes, and it was a new day. They were free. And Frank says, all right, people, let's check this out. So since you guys are all free, I wanted to let you know the neighboring farms do not have these same policies. So if you get caught in one of those neighboring farms, they may take you as their slave because you look like one of their one of their people. They may take you, and they may take you by force, and they may not give you back because I don't own you. So I would suggest first and foremost, y'all stay here. Now, let's figure out some assignments because we all have interest in this land here, and we all have special skills, and we all have special tactics. We all have special ways of doing things. Now, who out here knows how to pick cotton? About half of the people raise their hand. Says, who out here knows how to plant cotton? The other half, about. Now, who out here knows how to fix up these houses? A couple more people raise their hand. Now, who out here knows how to fix these roads? A couple more people raise their hand. Now, who knows how to operate the affairs of all of these things getting done proficiently?
The pigs.
Tom and Frank. Tom and Frank raise their hand. They say, oh, well, we can't have two people. Can't have two people doing one job. And it looks like the only two people that know how to run this thing as a whole are Frank and Tom here. Well, I'll tell you what. Frank comes walking out and he says, I'll tell you people what. We like you. We've set you free. You're no longer our property. So I'll tell you what. You guys get to decide who gets to be in that position. Do you want Tom here? Mind you, Tom, you remember he had you as slaves, but he did set you free. But he definitely had you. I mean, not slaves. Excuse me. As people for work that were property. Now, he might have some, but me, Frank here, Frank, for 4 years, I will guide you in the path of success. Just make sure. You know what? I'll tell you what. Just in case, we better make sure that we put up a southern border wall. In fact, let's make it not just the southern border wall. Let's put up a border wall on the north, the south, the east, and the west. That way we can't have none of them people from those other farms that believe in that damn slavery. I mean, owning people. Anyways, y'all vote for whoever you want. Frank or me. Or excuse me, Tom or me.
No, Nubs, I don't vote.
Well, see, because you're a landowner, you have a responsibility. As a landowner, you have to. You have no choice. We set it up that way. I mean, y'all set it up that way. We all, because we all are equal. So it is either Frank or it is Tom that you must vote for. Now, in 4 years, if you do not like the way I, assuming y'all vote for me, am running it, you can vote for Tom.
No, you totally got it, man.
Brilliant. Because nobody else knows how to run this motherfucker.
It is totally ridiculous what they expect us to do. You know, I mean, come on.
That is the story of America, by the way.
I know.
No way.
I know.
And guess
it
who
isn't
Frank
really
is?
much different over here either. Right?
Guess
'Cause
who
they
Frank
freaking
is?
destroyed Frank gone.
You were Frank. Them damn Brits.
Everybody's Frank then in that case.
Ah, except for the French. They are
Mhm.
German.
Well, I'm actually of Huguenot descent.
Ah, so you're one of them damn Muslims.
No, I'm not. Am I?
Oh, then a pig
Am I?
eater, convert. Yeah, I know what a Huguenot is.
I'm a
Huguenot.
huge. I'm a Huguenot. I'm a Huguenot, and I've got a German mother, and it's ironic because my dad was of Huguenot and Sri Lankan descent, which is weird. And then he married and made a child with a German woman. And her mother was from the north of Germany, and my grandfather,
We
respectively, was
really are
from the
related.
south.
We probably
I
really
think we
are
are.
related. Like within
Yeah,
probably
for
6 or
sure.
7 cousins.
Yeah, for sure.
My
It's
family is
hilarious. I mean, when you
originally,
look at
like I said, my family's originally, if we go back, we trace our roots right back to Prussia. That's where we came
right,
over. Is now
mm-hmm,
my family. You remember how that whole situation went down with Ferdinand and everything?
mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah,
Yes.
we weren't directly involved. How do I say this? There was a murder that sparked a lot of things. We weren't directly involved with that. We were on the opposite side of that. So when that happened, my family got the fuck out of Dodge because we were on the other side of that conflict. We were the quote unquote bad guys.
So, can I just say something? Because my
No.
mother was actually born. Please, just a moment. My mother was born into the Second World War, right? Literally, like 2 days after it happened, and she was like a baby. Yeah, 6th of September. And I'm not sure. My mum is now gone. She's passed, and my father, they've both passed last year. But my aunt is still going, and she is in Germany. And she is the woman that took care of me for a year when I was 7 to 8. And my mother had this kind of weird thing that she did. She did it to my sister as well. She dropped her off with some woman in Berlin, and then came back like a year later and went, "Oh, I've just come to get my daughter." And then she did the same thing to me, like some years later, where I was with my aunt, and yeah, I was a naughty little girl because I just didn't. I already knew that it was all a big scam and they were lying to us on a deep level when I was a tiny little girl. Okay. So that's really pretty much it.
Yeah, when you start looking into your own,
I've seen some dark stuff though through my years, and it's no secret that I was groomed as a 14-year-old, and I experienced pedophilia and prostitution, and I'm not scared to say it because if I don't say it, then nobody else will. So that's basically it. I was used as a child, but not by my family, even though they were like freaking fighting constantly. But I ran away from their fighting, and well, I was in France for 9.5 weeks, and then I was in London for 9.5 weeks, and I'm still here at 56, which is bizarre. So there is always hope.
We're here for a
those
reason,
that
and
are
we experience life the way we're supposed to. Honestly, I truly believe that despite all my heartache and all my pains and all my, all of these things, they are experience. And it's through the experience that we are able to grow. But if we constantly continue to look back upon these experiences as even a negative thing, we miss the power of the learning.
No, you're right.
Because
you're right.
even
So,
the worst of situations,
no,
when I remember
no,
when I got the first time I got my ass beat, the first time, and I mean like gang jumped like 7 people. I was like 10 years old.
Oh.
And it was my fault. It was absolutely 100% my fault. And you know what? I'm glad it happened because it changed my perception in such a drastic manner. I changed everything about myself because of that situation. The situation, I'm not proud of it. But I was like I said, I was 10 years old. I was pretty dumb when I was 10 years old. I'm still kind of dumb. Kind of more.
No, you're not. You're not dumb. You're definitely not dumb.
Just moved into the city. And I was riding my bike in the alley. I didn't have any friends because I had just moved there. My mom really didn't want me to have friends in the city. She just wanted to. She was on my mom and dad were on some Christian mission to save the fucking city. But they didn't want me to really have city friends because they didn't want the influence of the city on their child. I kind of looked at it and said, well, that's kind of counterproductive. Nevertheless, I was out riding my bike and I saw a group of kids on the other side. And I could tell you where I drive by there all the time because I worked out in that area. And, if I have to, I drive by. I just start laughing because it's such a glorious experience. I got my fucking ass handed to me. And the reason I did is I called these young children out of their name in a manner that did not need to be coming out of my mouth because I had no idea what the fuck the word meant. I just heard it.
Yeah.
And went with it. And what that did, the reason I find that so valuable is it broke the programming ability. Because I knew right there, I had heard this. What's that?
I also experienced the churchy stuff, and there were Spanish churches in London. And they were weird.
No, but
I mean, they were very nice.
They
were very nice.
Let me finish with what I was saying.
All right, go on. Sorry.
All right. So when I got my ass beat, the reason why I appreciate that.
Yeah. Sorry.
Right. I get you. Anytime you experience trauma, I get you. No, but when I was getting my ass beat, the reason that I got my ass beat is because I accepted programming from a defective source. And that's what broke. I realized that there are defective sources that will get my ass handed to me. And I realized that at like 10 years old. And from that point on, that word doesn't come out of my mouth. I understand what that word does when it comes out of your mouth. I understand the hatred that you have to have in you in order to say something that derogatory. And I say that derogatory not as, I look at it as in I had trauma there. They literally beat that word out of my mouth. And I'm better for it. Absolutely better for it. Don't need it.
Yeah.
Don't need it.
Yeah. So yeah, there was it was weird because when I was in these Spanish churches, and they were very, like I said, they were very nice and very lovely and very kind. And they were old churches in London. And we're talking like the beautiful glass,
Tartarian.
you know?
Old world.
Absolutely.
Old
like,
world churches.
Exactly. They were old world. And
The shit that didn't get hit by bombs in Germany or in that area. Because they bombed the shit out of London.
but I mean, I don't know if they still exist. But however, I'd recently been brought back by my father from Germany, and he had to steal me back. Okay, so I would have been about 13. Okay, now they actually stole me from my mother in Germany. And we're talking about the child agencies over in Germany. We're going back to 1979. Okay, so they stole me.
Germany, to my knowledge, was still very.
It was very,
they were
very nasty.
Yeah,
It
from
was
my
nasty.
understanding, Germany was not, especially around that wall. There was a wall there or something like that. Yeah,
Well, no,
people would get shot for crawling
in
over.
Yeah. My nan actually, and it's actually not my blood grandmother, but my nan, who was half Jewish, by the way, and she was a freaking power of force. I'll give her that. You know, it was all natural herbalism that she taught me with. You know, really good stuff. So I'm a really good German beer drinker, by the way. I like the good old German beers, you know, the good stuff. However,
The
on another
darker the
note,
beer,
and
the
going
better
back
it
to where I was-
tastes.
Aye, but there is blonde beer as well. So you
Fuck
know,
that
I've
blonde
swam
shit.
in the Rhine.
That Pilsners. That's not German beer. That's Pilsners. Not for Germans.
There's
Dark beer.
There's lots of good stuff. So I lived in a beautiful village. So because I've forgotten what I was freaking talking about, but I lived in a beautiful village called Ottersberg. You know what an otter is?
Ottersberg.
Along our river, Ottersberg. Along that river, you could pick wild mint, the best mint ever, right? And even in the winter, that river wouldn't freeze over because it was so fast streaming, and you would get these shell-like ice things going over the water. It was just amazing. And I used to
Say that word again. Say that word again.
River.
No. What is in a river?
Oh, the mint.
What comes out of your faucet? No, what comes out of your faucet?
My faucet. You're talking about my bum. Oh, water. Yeah, but it's like, so we had the cleanest water here in Scotland. It used to be the cleanest water in Scotland. Now I can smell
Let me try it.
chlorine in the water.
Let me try it.
Right,
Would I fit in?
You're breaking up.
Oh, let me ask you this: would I fit in your? I think it was me. It's all me. Good subject. Let's talk about me.
It's fine. It's good.
No.
Larry, thank you.
All right,
Bless
so
you.
all
Larry, thank you.
right, so
Bless you.
all right. Here's my English accent. Are you ready?
Go on.
Can you hear me?
I can hear.
Tell me when you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Hey, you! Go on down to the pub and grab me some water. Yeah?
That's pretty good.
You chicken bastards!
That's almost Australian,
Does it work?
though. Yeah, a
Damn.
little bit.
I do Steve Irwin too, so I get him crossed. The Steve Irwin
It's a little bit
I'm Steve
Australian.
Irwin, and I'm gonna take you on an adventure to find the 10 most deadly snakes in the world. If you're not
Yeah, that's
careful, the
Australian.
little buggers will get lightning quick.
That's really
Oh,
funny.
crikey.
That is Australian, isn't it? Hey, Larry, that's Australian.
I do a couple others, but
That's good, though.
they're kind of
That's pretty
offensive.
good. But anyway, so the
I
simplest
do
thing is to look
I do
after-
Mr. Wong.
Go on.
I do
You
a
Mr.
Mr.
what?
Wong from the
All right, go on, do that. Do Mr.
Mr. Wong from the fucking what is it from? The Hangover.
I want to hear
You
it.
motherfucker locked me in a trunk. You motherfucker. You locked me in trunk all day long.
That's
Why you lock
brilliant.
me in trunk? I fucking
Yeah.
kill you.
That's a bit like the puppet guy, British guy that used to have the Arab skeleton. You know who I'm talking about. I can't think of his name. No, you must remember him.
I didn't do British TV except for Monty Python. Oh, I've got lovely bunch coconuts. They're all standing in a row.
That's brilliant.
Big ones, small ones, one's the front of your head.
Yeah. Did you do the secret policeman's ball?
Hmm?
Did you? That's before Monty Python. The Ministry
No, I don't
of
think I ever got into any of that.
Silly Walk. All right, that's older, and they used to actually be black and white. So it was, the Ministry of Silly Walks.
I'll have to look that up.
It's completely dark.
My son,
Right.
my son and I fucking will put in Monty Python and the Holy Grail and laugh all fucking night.
Brilliant. Excellent.
You'll hear fucking quotes from that shit for the rest of the week.
Excellent. This is good. I like it.
My lady fucking hates it when we do because we're always trying to do the whole British accent. Half of the time we fail. He's been getting pretty good at his.
Oh, really? That's cool. But listen, our accent isn't all.
None
it's cut
shall
out.
pass.
It's not all cut out to what it's supposed to
Hey.
be. Do you know what I mean?
British, all you gotta do to sound like a British person is pretend there's some shit in your mouth. Like you got a big old shoe. And then see, you talk like this. And you sound like a bloody blinder. One of those cheeky blinders. You know, the blinder boys.
Yeah, I couldn't actually watch that series.
Oh, that was a great
You know
series.
No, it wasn't. It was
That's
kind
my
of
boy
really
Tommy.
Mm.
You know Tommy. Over on Winchester Street. I got a cat fight.
Oh, your dog's kicking
Got a
off.
little pussy's fighting.
Woof. Brilliant. I got 3 ankle gnashers.
Oh, good times. That's also not offensive because it's Russian.
No, it's really good.
I've got one more
I love it.
accent
That's
for you.
brilliant. No, that was really good.
Are
That
you
was
ready?
so cool. Go on.
It's Russian.
Oh, okay.
Yes, my name is Boris. Boris Lenko. Do you know Boris?
Ah,
Notice
that's
that
good.
my mouth does not very much move. And that I sit here without much movement. I do not move. Well, I'm Russian. The great Mother Russia.
That's so funny.
We will not
That's-
be the winner of this war. In fact, the whole world will lose because we are crazy here in Mother Russia. We will get little guys from down south, you know, little red guys. They how you say, how
They'll
you,
probably get them from the K place.
No,
You know what I mean.
Нет.
Yes,
No, we get them
yes,
from China.
no.
This is what I think. China. We get them
Oh,
from
okay.
China. We send them to America. Boris knows best. We not send our men. We
Nubs,
fight
you're
war
hilarious.
in
I love
Ukraine.
it.
How we fight war in America? We send little
Right.
Chinese men. And they will take over the world. They will hold hands and they will walk across America. They will destroy every man, woman, and child. This is the decree of the
No.
Prime Minister of Russia. Pretty good. You've
Probably
known
not.
you've known a couple of Russians.
Look, they're all in the same freaking club. We know this. It don't matter which country you go to, and anyone that don't comply, they
They're
just shut
all
them
in the
down.
same fucking families. It's just we
Exactly,
put
Reggie.
like I said, you're free here, but don't go to that other place because you won't be free.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what the
Exactly. Oh, you're breaking up. Whoopsie. Uh-oh. Nubs, you're breaking up. Ruh-roh. Right, not getting you, mate. You broke up.
They're calling it information. They're saying Russian.
Darling,
And he
come back in.
Nope. You left. Hey, wait.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, you hear
Your
me?
signal. Yeah, sort of. A little bit.
My signal is bullshit. Boy,
Larry,
hell.
man, you're a patient dude. I'll tell you that. And you, Nubs. And I
It's
must be too.
bullshit. That's pretty Larry. That's his Marcella.
What? You're breaking up really bad.
Yeah,
Need a
you
water
are breaking.
bottle.
No.
He was breaking up, wasn't he? Larry, you still about?
Yeah, I about. You gonna walk
You're
about? You gonna walk about?
Walk about. So I think Nubs is gone, isn't he?
He'll probably be back.
Well, look, I want to say thank you as always.
No, thank you.
Hmm. You look after
I wouldn't
yourself
have
and your babies and
I
family.
wouldn't have a show if it wasn't for you guys.
Oh. No, I only come in once in a while. You know that.
Hey,
Mhm.
that's all that matters, right?
Nubs did have some good stories, though, didn't he?
Yeah, he did some pretty good
That
impressions
was
there,
good.
that's for sure.
Yeah, yeah. I enjoyed that. Well, I just want to send you some love, and for Anna and all the animals.
Yeah, she should be here sometime today.
Oh, that's good. Oh, bless you. Well, I'm gonna disappear for now.
You gonna go poof up in smoke?
Just for the moment. Mhm. Oh, Nubs is back. Oh, Wolf Lady.
How you like me now, How you
Good
like me now,
morning. Hey,
Yeah, you right there. You like that name?
Good morning, everyone.
Nubs, you definitely got a crappy connection, mate. You got to sort that out somehow. I know it's
Oh
difficult.
yeah, it's bloody shit. It's bloody shit in here.
Ain't it?
Hey,
Ain't it?
the shit came in and said they would put my arm off.
Did it
I
just get
said it's
shitty
bloody
because I got
flesh
here?
wound.
Hey,
That's a
did
good
it just get shitty because
impersonation.
I'm here or what?
Oh
Hey,
yes.
Anna.
Ah, dang.
Hey, Anna.
Hi, how are you?
How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm
Can
just
somebody
listening.
please read my name out loud for
Nubs.
Nubs, Papa, lol.
Yeah.
Where are my eyeballs? All right, hold on. Here we go.
There you go.
Nubs, Papa, lol.
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 Where's Larry?
Lol.
Lol.
Where's Larry?
Larry.
And it.
We can get the party started now. I'm here.
It's hilarious. It's good.
Oh,
But,
bloody
a
hell.
lot has been learned. Pardon?
What?
I said pardon. Someone said something. I said pardon.
Okay.
Pardonnez-moi, mon ami.
Oh,
Oh,
I love your
you know,
stories. They're brilliant. Wait.
you know, I
You're
know the
awesome.
language of love too. I can speak it. Comment allez-vous parler français? Yeah.
Un petit peu. Un petit peu.
Well, that's all I know, but I can speak it.
I know French. Would you like to hear my French?
I don't want to know what you and Wolf Lady are doing with your French.
Franglais.
No. Lay purr, lay meow. Ooh, baby, lay me now.
Ah. Dealing with those kitty cats there, buddy old pal.
Larry, that's hilarious.
Yeah, and
I'm
guess
still-
what else? Guess what else? I know kung fu and 7 other Chinese words.
Yep.
But I bet.
What are the other 7 Chinese words?
Wolf Lady don't want you sharing the details, if you know what I mean.
I want to know what the other 7 Chinese
Apparently,
words
I
that he
got
knows
booted.
are.
I don't answer questions.
Ah.
Isn't it, Wolf Lady? You don't want the details disclosed.
No. Of what? Wait, what? Of what?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Of what? Because you guys know me. I don't mind giving details of certain things, so.
If there is no me, then there is only we. If only we could be
PP?
individually free, we would not be.
Anna, you're hilarious.
I couldn't resist.
No,
My
that's
rhyming's not
brilliant.
working.
Your rhyming's not working.
My rhymer is
Clearly.
broken.
Your rhymer's broken. That's awesome. I love that.
No. I mean, Nubs has given some good stuff so far. That was
Yeah.
pretty
So
good.
far, but pretty soon his stuff's gonna turn to shit.
Oh, well.
Nubs
not
is
on-
in the bathroom, by the way.
Nubs is
What?
in the bathroom. Oh.
It looks like the bathroom.
Are we going
Oh,
wee
okay.
wee
Bedroom.
potty?
Okay.
That's a bedroom.
2 more letters.
Are we going potty? Oh.
Sorry,
Well,
Nubs.
No, I'm changing
I hope
actually, if
everything
you must
comes
know.
out okay.
Okay.
I just hope everything comes out okay. Yeah.
Anna, you going across to Larry's?
What?
Are you going across to Larry's?
Yes, I will be at some point.
Oh, good.
I have an appointment to get both my hips injected with lidocaine and a steroid. I'm having
Ooh.
trouble with my hips.
Oh, babe.
So
Oh.
when they get like this, I call the doctor and I say, "Hey, shoot me up. Come on, let's go."
Mm.
Yep. It is what it is, man.
Oh.
It's a matter of time before I can get my
So, I mean,
left
can
hip.
you walk without any aided things?
Assisted devices, as they call them.
Yeah, devices.
Like, I use a cane, I use a walker, and I use a electric wheelchair. In Larry's place, I do walk without anything because I can't. I can use a cane when needed, and I can, but Larry's got like 5 or 6 steps just to get into his trailer. And then there's 2 steps to go up into the bathroom and bedroom area. So I'm kind of just fucked, I guess you could say.
That's
it is what it is.
kind of quite disturbing, Anna, because my mum and dad, well, my mum mostly, she was, I mean, we know she's not here now, but she was having real difficulties moving about. But she had, I don't know what they call it. She had her uterus removed. And her uterus removed.
Yeah.
And I wasn't here at the time. They weren't telling me about stuff. So I had a client who also had her uterus removed, and I watched her bleed to death, which was horrible.
Yeah.
And I was housekeeping for her. So, yeah. So anyone that is ever going to consider doing that to their body, don't. Yeah.
I didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
For that, I didn't have a choice.
Don't go near, like, right, all I can say is this, that when it's my time to go, I will not be going to any doctors or hospitals or anything like that. And what I'm trying to tell folk is to educate yourself the natural ways that you can heal things before they remove bits of your body from your body.
Right.
Because they already removed my I don't know what it's called in English. I don't know.
I did it to myself.
Gallbladder?
What's the
No,
German?
it wasn't the gallbladder. It was the Blinddarm. Blinddarm is the oh crumbs. I can't think what it's called in English.
Appendix?
They call it a blind organ, but it isn't, because if it
the
wasn't
appendix.
freaking
appendix,
that's it. It's supposed to freaking do. It's a filtration system. Right. So they removed that. And I have had gut issues ever since. Big time.
Let me.
So just try and educate
I have
yourself.
that still.
Right. Okay. Well, be glad you've got, and don't let them take your tonsils either, because they're all filtration for our body. They're supposed to be there. You know.
Hey, I got a question for you ladies.
Go on.
Ladies specifically. Are you guys or are you gals taking any supplemented vitamin K2 MK7?
Say it again.
No, I'm not taking that, but I am
Hang on.
doing gut
Taking
work.
what?
I'm not taking the MK7, but I am doing gut work with brewed stuff from down in Cornwall, within the country, and they have it's a family run thing. So
Okay, hold on.
they're doing they're home brewing. Yeah, they're home brewing the gut bacteria that we all need. I'm not saying go to them, but you'll have the equivalent over there as well. Trust me, you will.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
are we
we do.
taking what? I don't know.
Good.
I didn't hear you.
And I'm a meat eater, so I do eat meat. Okay, and I do
Hallelujah.
actually also eat raw meat. No, I do, because my gut likes it. And this is another thing that we need to start doing ourselves. We don't need someone else to do it. You can ferment all the root vegetables, the cabbages. That is so good for your gut. It's not
Sauerkraut
complicated.
is fucking awesome.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
The lactose,
But you can do it with like carrots and
the
parsnips. It doesn't matter. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I need Nubs to ask that question again. Ladies only, what?
Nubs has buggered off. He'll be back. Hopefully.
What was the question then?
Where's Larry?
Manal.
I mean, not Larry. Larry's there. Where's Nubs? Nubs.
Manal. He's gone.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's the question?
He asked if you were taking some herbs. What were they again, Manel? I don't remember.
No,
herbs.
No, it's not a herb. It's it is a.
Or whatever.
It's too small.
No. It is it's a natural brewing. Here's Nubs. It's a natural brewing, so it's a natural fermentation, and it's in liquid form. And you will find these in your country as well, because these are in the UK. So they're down in Cornwall. They are natural.
I've seen a couple of different companies in this area that have different fermentations and different stuff like that.
Right.
Gut health.
So you know you've got it over there as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Not to mention, but I mean, fuck, what does sauerkraut take but some salt and cabbage and a little bit of time?
And some water, exactly, and a jar, and make sure it's clean. We can do this on, and this is what I was saying before, and I don't mean to be rude or anything, but you can ferment any kind of root vegetable, leaf, cucumbers, zucchini, doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
You just keep your water as clean as possible, as clean as you can get. Make sure it's got silica in it as well, and good natural salt. So whether you want to go mountain salt or sea salt, that's entirely up to you. And it's just water and salt and the vegetable that you are doing, and you must crush it down in the jar. So it's really simple. It's not complicated. And this is the problem with gut biome. And the gut biome is one of the most important things for any of us. And that's animal
It's the
and
most
human.
important thing.
Sorry?
It is the most important thing.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
And the reason I say that is, above all else, what is inside of you is also what is outside of you.
Yes.
Yes.
You know, and by controlling what we eat, there's a lot of things that we are able to regulate within our own body.
Right.
You know, the real medicine is the food. It's just how we look at food.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we look at food as something to eat. Food is not something to eat. It is something to strive.
To sustain.
Now,
Yes.
I disagree, because sustainment is to be, it's kind of like having a job. It's just over
Oh,
broke.
okay.
That's, you're
All right,
sustaining the situation.
All right. Yeah.
You know, but thriving, now you're saving. Now your bills are covered, you're saving, and you've got room for investment.
Right.
That's thriving.
Yeah.
You know, so when your body has the ability to do that based off of the nutrients that are going into your body, whether it tastes good or not, it doesn't fucking matter, really. In the grand scheme of things, it does not fucking matter if that
So
stuff
Nobs,
tastes good.
Nobs, can I ask you something? Would you agree that when we take the strain off our system and put the right things in, which is tough because we've been so
I can prove that. I can
We've been
prove
so
that.
indoctrinated
Actually,
with stuff that comes from a supermarket. You know what I mean? In plastic bags.
right.
And
I can prove what you're talking about in my own personal experience in the scientific process, because that's, you know, repeated and getting different results, right? You know, you look at the scenario. Anyways, my girlfriend a while back had a gallbladder attack. She had a single mass of I think I've told this story a couple of times, but she had a single mass of a gallbladder. It was big. It was expanding her gallbladder and causing discomfort quite a bit. And we went through, and they said emergency surgery. We got to get that thing out. Month later, they scheduled the appointment. So for that month,
I hope she didn't do the operation. I hope she didn't.
well, hear me out.
Later, though, clearly
Okay,
it wasn't that.
They scheduled the appointment for a month later for an emergency gallbladder surgery.
Right.
So I said, all right, this is a blessing. Their fuck up, my blessing.
Yep.
And I said, in this next month, I'm going to control your diet.
Yep.
She didn't have much choice. I mean, she was pretty compliant and laying in bed, not being able to get up.
So much she's
Diet
dying.
is the thing, though, isn't it? Nubs, diet is the key.
What? Absolutely. So I changed her diet. I stopped putting in what was causing the problem.
Right.
And then I flushed the system.
Yep.
And then I attacked the stone. And once you know it, she went back, because within about 3 weeks, she was feeling pretty fucking normal. And
there was no gallstone. There was no gallstone.
No, there was still some there. It was not
Yeah,
one
but
mass.
tiny, because if you're doing the right diet, then those gallstones become smaller and smaller and smaller.
Right. And that's exactly what happened. The mass, they did not want to give her another exam. They were like, no, we're just going to go in and take it. And we're, you know, that's our policy. That's our process. And she forced the issue. She had, she's like, I feel a lot better. And they're like, no, it's going to happen again, blah, blah. And she's like, no, retest me. I'm not getting onto that thing unless take this.
Nubs, you made a perfect point there. And my mother, I mean, all right, we're not going to bring her back right now, but my mother, she had that terrible operation. I don't know if I'm still in the thing. Am I still here? Everything's gone quiet. Anyway, so she had that operation, and they kept buying pills and capsules and things like that. ultimately, and I was speaking to them from like 400 miles away, saying, look, just change your diet. Start juicing green things, like juice, like broccoli, cauliflower, any of it. You know, do the juicing. The juicing will help your system. And so I've gone through gut issues, and what I have done is literally, I don't eat. I drink only water and fruit juices and green liquids. You know, I would like to be in a better position to be. I've got a really good juicer, but I've got a house full of weird stuff, so I have to deal with things bit by bit. But for anyone that can use what do they call them? Use a food processor. So if you can't have a juicer, you haven't got a lot of money, use a food processor and mix things up, because you want the substance. You don't just want the juice, you don't just want the liquid, you want the substance. So you can juice freaking broccoli and all of these kind of hard vegetables in with fruit, and try, and if you've got issues with banana, because banana has a way of blocking your gut unless it's really green. If you want to clear your gut, use slippery elm bark,
Sorry to interrupt.
which is
I'll be
slippery
back.
elm bark,
Stay
or
on.
green bananas. Sorry, yeah, no, go on. Interrupt. Oh. Hello? Right,
I
anyway,
think
so...
he got booted.
Oh. Well, all I'm saying is that I'm not saying don't eat meat, because I eat meat, right? I do. I eat meat, and it's never done me any harm. But you do need to eat the vegetable and fruit stuff, and don't just juice it. You've got to have the fiber from those plants, every little aspect of it, because if you don't have those aspects, you will not have a true digestion going on. And I'm not pushing this company that I've bought from, but they do brew the acids that are right for your tummy and your digestive system. And don't forget your slippery elm bark, and green bananas. So you want your banana to be unbruised and have green sections on it, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean, Larry?
Yeah, yeah.
So you want it to be as green as possible, but you still want to be able to peel it. And then it's more slimy, and that is really good for the gut. The young banana is really good for the tummy. And go and look at slippery elm bark, because it's a wonderful thing. Okay? But if you've got any kind of gut issues, like you've got ulcers, you've got to take stomach bitters. And what the stomach bitters do is they clean all of your stomach and the tracts, you know, like your small and your large intestines. And then when you've cleaned that all, and you'll know when you've cleaned it, then you start to administer your slippery elm bark. And if you can't buy slippery elm bark, green bananas, okay? Because they're really slimy and they're really good for the gut. I know it sounds disgusting, but it's not. You have to, and if you can, also do enemas, but educate yourself on enemas. Okay? Get yourself a good enema kit that is small, that's not going to be invasive. We know what we're talking about, the area of our body, and it's supposed to expel things. So I learned this as a small girl. It's very important to clean out things that are toxic in your body. Okay? I only wish health and happiness and freedom for all of you.
Thank
Okay?
you.
Thank
You as
you.
well.
But we must learn or remember things that we have forgotten. So, you know, I mean, this is like, I've been here over half a century and I was taught on a very holistic level of how to deal with your gut. And I've had bits of my body, and I'm sure other people have had bits of their body removed, and you should never let them do that. So stay away from hospitals in every case. Stay away from them. Don't go to your doctors. They're not doctors. They're not healing. You can do this yourself, all of you. We can all heal ourselves. When we can reconnect with nature, when we stop spraying dirty things on our lands that we walk on, I mean, think about it. So everything that is processed, generally, and I'm guilty of eating some of that stuff as well. So I'm not being, you know, ooh, I'm better than you or anything like that. But we need to look at our nature. And I'm going to push this again because Rudolf Steiner was one of the guys that taught me so much about true living. So go and have a look at Rudolf Steiner because he can say way more than I ever can. Please. There are many Americans that are now reading, and they're young folk that are reading Steiner's teachings. And that is so beautiful to see. You know, I don't really care what country or land you live on. The freedom of all our folk is essential. And we need to stop these, you know, the ones that are doing this dirty stuff to all of us. Literally, every animal, every insect, every human, every sentient being. So we now need to stand up and take back what is rightfully ours.
Couldn't said it better myself.
I can't keep crying for what's going on in the world. You know?
True. How do you feel
And
about
I know we all feel this. I know we're all feeling it. We're all feeling our brothers and sisters and what they're going through. And there's little we can do, like immediately, but there is something we can do connectively, if that makes sense. I don't have a lot to say, Linda, by the way.
You're good. You're all good. It seems like when my mic's on, it causes you to have feedback, and I just caught on to it, so I kept micing myself.
Oh, I've got fine sound here.
Yeah, it's real coming in clear.
Oh, sorry.
I said you're coming in clear.
No. Well, I really, and I know I'm not living in hopium, but I really hope that folk actually listen to their heart and stop with the compliance of nonsense. You know, there's nothing underneath this at all. There's nothing under, and it is a genocide. And I'm sorry to go a little bit dark, but they're literally genociding all that will comply, if you know what I mean. I think you all know what.
Yes.
They're dropping like flies, and it's not good, is it? And we're talking about, you know, and I can't even prove what was done to my mother and father, but I know that they killed them. I know that they killed them, but I can't actually prove it. So I'm actually gonna go and ask for medical records, because this might take a few years, but if it helps others, you know, if it helps others, then I'm prepared to go through that. Because I know they killed, I definitely know they killed my father, and my mother, she supposedly died by herself in a care home down the road. And when my father asked to speak to the nurses that found her, they said, no, you can't. You're not allowed.
That's
So
crazy.
what's that? What is that?
Sounded like a
And
cat.
my father, they gave him three, he was a tiny little man. They gave him 3 shots of freaking morphine out in the ambulance. And he told me. And he knew that he couldn't even eat after they gave him these shots. And do you know what end of life shots are? Things like morphine.
Yep.
So I'm an angry bird right now, because I don't know how to prove any of this shit. So I am angry. I'm sorry.
Makes sense to me.
Mm.
You stand by it, like you said.
Mm-hmm. I just don't know how I'm going to do it, though, Linda.
Well, you can only chip at it a little bit at a time. That's what you've been showing me. You're getting there.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like,
talking.
but see, look, but my folks were also kind of conned all along the way through the years, and they bought all sorts of. I mean, the house is stacked with stuff. I can hear Larry's train.
Sorry.
Did you hear Larry's train?
Yeah, 10 o'clock train.
That one's
I don't want
actually
to be
pretty
depressing.
quiet.
Yeah, that was quite quiet. I don't want to be depressing, so I'm just trying to work out stuff, you know. And I'm sorry if I've been a bit dark, but you know.
No, not at all. And sharing is caring, I always say.
Mm-hmm. But look, this goes, whatever the shape of this world is, this goes everywhere. And you know, I'm gonna go and do a little tiny delve into the Ohio stuff and all the other ones, because this stuff travels everywhere. So the toxins, the poisons are going to go everywhere. They're not going to just stay in the USA. They're going to go everywhere.
Yeah, I was talking about that the other day. And
It's true, though, isn't it?
It is very true.
It's going to go everywhere.
It goes into the water, it goes into the soil, it goes into the air.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but so if you look at how you clear up a toxic spill, what you first do is you surround it with sandbags, and then you take it all into a small area. You don't freaking explode this shit up in the air, do ya?
You wouldn't think so.
No. No. And I knew that immediately. When they said they were going to freaking burn this shit, I was like, because I never really thought much about the trailed around them initially until the next morning because I heard about it the night before, right? And the freaking thing was going for like, what was it, 20 miles? Burning.
Something
I
like
mean,
that.
what the? Yeah, it was. It was going for like 20 miles, burning this train, right? And then, so what you do is you mop it up. You bring it close together. You don't burn the freaking stuff off. So there's an intention there because when you look at the waterways where they actually go, they go right through the whole of your country.
Yep.
Right through the whole of your country. Right? Now, so here's another connection. So when you go and look at Holland and all the fruit and vegetable that comes from Holland, and they're some of the best growers, right? Because I've bought their fruit and veg, and it's good. And I've been able to grow from those, if that makes. They're fertile. They are fertile. This is what they're destroying. And in your country and here, trust me. I mean, Britain was the orchard once upon a time. It was the orchard of, well, I mean, Britain comes from Brittany, so it's the French. All right, we know this. Like Nubs was talking about. So Britain, Grand Bretagne is French, darlings. Right? That's why the Huguenots came over here. You know, I'm of French sort of descent, so I get this. So there were orchards here akimbo. This was a land of orchards, and going back down to Northamptonshire, you can find yellow plum trees and just amazing fruit trees, stunning, right? And this is the thing. And so if you use spraying agents to kill weed, you are killing your own food source. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Never do that. Right. Put your dog poop, put your own poop in the garden. It'll do just fine. Try and water it down a little bit. But what I'm saying is that they want you to go and buy from the supermarket. And it's all in plastic bags. And it's just, I mean, you can't get a good ripe tomato these days or a plum. You know, it's like, I remember going and picking them as a child from neighbours' gardens. They didn't mind.
I remember the peach trees.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, we had a landlord in Germany. Well, you know, my mum and myself, and my dad was left in Britain. But every summer, they buggered off and left their whole garden. Guess what I did? I gorged myself on their fruit and veg.
Or tending.
I was just, oh, and I looked after their ponies, Belgian Gazette. And my friends, we used to take the ponies out to ride, and they trampled us, and we got back on, and you know, it was all that. So, but they left their freaking garden. They didn't even leave someone to water the horses. But we did. Yeah, you can't make this shit up.
I was gonna make a suggestion.
Go on.
I just saw your heart light up when you talked about these horses, and felt it. So my suggestion is, if you've got any horses around, you go grab you some carrots and some apples, and they're okay with you feeding them. Like, completely jump into that moment. Do you feel me?
Yeah, totally. I mean, they were amazing, these horses. And I mean, I was quite young at the time. I'm going back to the 70s.
Carrying
Yeah,
the
I
love.
broke into the stables. I didn't have to actually damage anything. I just got in the top of the gates to the stables, and I got all the harnesses out, and we tried to keep them as free as possible when we rode them. They were
Yeah.
really cool. Yeah, they were really cool. But I am actually, I'm not sure how I'm going to do it, but I want horses here in Scotland as well.
I could
So,
see you with.
I'm not sure how I'm going to do it, Linda.
A lot of people here in Arizona open up shelters for horses.
Oh,
And
really?
how they get started. I mean, you definitely have to have a good vet on hand, but
Yeah.
it can be done with the right resources. I've seen it.
So when I was down in Woodford House in Northamptonshire, there was a family that used to walk their horses just to keep their hooves nicely worn down, and
Yeah.
they would have the little children and the little ponies, the Shire ponies and stuff, and
Yeah.
from up north, the little tiny ones as well as a big one. They'd always have a big one, but they were lovely. And it's like you could actually keep some of those little horses in your backyard. They were
That'd
that
be
small. As long as you walk them, you've got to walk them so that
Yeah.
their hooves don't curl. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? But yeah, they were lovely, and they were always, I always slow down for all animals. So, I'm ex-courier, so I know how it works. Any animal that I spot, and I've spotted anything you can imagine, pretty much, apart from raccoons. I haven't seen them yet. We don't have raccoons here. We've got badgers, we've got deer, different kinds. You might get a horse on the road, or a cow, maybe, or a sheep. Yeah, I've usually had sheep, actually, with their baby, and I've had to try and get them off the road and stuff. So they get knocked.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I remember taking deer off the road early in the morning. It was years ago now. But it had been knocked, but it wasn't damaged, and I had to put it over the wall, and off it went. It was fine. But I literally just pulled up, and the freaking thing wouldn't move. It was like it was so stunned. So I just picked the whole animal up and gently dumped it over the wall. One of these stone walls that you get like in older parts of the world, where you get little villages and that you get the old stone walls and dry stone walls.
You got all that love to give. Why not?
Yeah, but it obviously survived. I mean, I've picked up loads of animals. Some of them have died in my arms, and
That's love too,
Yeah.
Yeah. On how you perceive it.
My lovely big chicken, she died in my arms. She was freaking excellent. But I'm gonna have some more chickens. I'm gonna. But
What
she
was
was
that,
like
man?
a big black hen with like golden speckles all around her neck, and then a beautiful little red crest and the little bit under the beak,
That's pretty. That sounds real pretty.
She
She
was,
gonna
she
get
was,
some
and
chicken?
sorry?
I said, were you thinking about getting another chicken?
Yeah, well, she was the last of 5. So, I had her for maybe just over 6 months. And it was a bit of a sad thing because I was with someone that didn't really give a shit.
Nubs, it says your mic and stuff isn't connected, and I can't add you until you do that.
Uh-oh, Nubs.
Uh-oh.
Will the real Nubs stand up?
You should be able to hear me.
I'll hit the oxen free.
He's been having problems, so who knows?
Come on, Nubs. Come on up. You can come on up. I'm sure.
I wanted to ask some of your French. I wanted to inquire in your French. So I was married to a Canadian, my second husband, and the only French he was able to teach me was, and if I am saying this wrong, please correct me. But I'm pretty sure it just means to close your face, to be quiet. And I'm gonna drop it. Is it okay if I drop it, Larry?
Yeah, go on.
Sure.
Okay. Fermez la
Of
bouche.
course. Ferme la bouche. Yeah, ferme la bouche. Nein. Rien. Rien du tout. Rien.
Ah, you did so much better. I say it so stony.
Never ferme la bouche. Rien. You got that, didn't you, Linda?
My redneck said for me. I don't know how I got that, but yeah, you say it way better than I do.
What, rien du
Imagine
tout?
that.
Say it again.
I said,
What, me
imagine
or-
that.
Imagine that.
Go ahead, Larry.
Oh, I'm back quiet.
Nubs was there a moment ago, but he's disappeared.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the wolf lady.
So, Linda, rien du tout means I will never do, basically.
I will never do. Okay, so that's interesting.
Yeah. So what you were told, that is rien du tout. Never ever. Mhm. So gut health is essential because I'm going to need to go shortly. Gut health, look after your gut, look after your spine. If you're going to go and see any kind of doctor, go and see a chiropractor that doesn't deal with any kind of pharma.
Thank you. You
If that
continue to
makes-
stay in your light. We love you.
I don't think chiropractors can prescribe, can they?
Yeah, well, the more modern chiropractors are prescribing pharma. But if
Oh,
you go and look at...
I wonder how
sorry.
they can do that though when they're not a doctor and don't even actually have a medical degree.
Right. Well, no. What's happened is that they have the ones that are not true chiropractors have signed into the pharmaceutical part. So you can do a lot of the chiropractic stuff yourself. All you need to learn is how to massage along your spine and feed your gut with feed your gut with the right beneficial microbes. Okay, so you don't go to any doctors because they won't give you anything that's real or true or healing, right? Because most of them are sadly paid by the pharma industry, and it's a fact. I mean, most of us know this.
It's a conflict of interest.
Sorry, go on.
Kickbacks to doctors from big pharma is a definite conflict of interest.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly it. So I'll go back to what I was saying, and that is that stay with your natural, simple health, and that's feeding yourself on a simple vegetables, simple meat, nothing that comes from a container that's got any kind of weird stuff put into it. So you just do, if you go to the butcher, right, you might eat a little bit less meat or go and hunt yourself, or get involved with other hunters. And that's what we're doing now, right? So
That's
start
actually
eating more
funny
of the
that you say
wild-
that.
Right, go on.
The reason I think it's funny is because one of the things that I've done recently is I actually had some meat because I'm just wasting away. Like there's not enough of me and I need more something. And some complex proteins and stuff like that might work. But I said to my said to her, if we're going to do this, we're going to raise these chickens. And until then, we're going to find somewhere that is sustainable per se. And we're going to pay the extra price because the chickens are treated better. And that means if the chickens are treated better, then the health is better and there's not as much toxins. Just in general, there's all sorts of toxins when animals are killed in fear. You know, like
right. So, and here's the
having
thing: when you look at the eggs, Nubs, when you look at the eggs that you buy from your shop, they go off
totally
really
different.
quickly.
Totally different.
And they're not. The yolks are really pale, and they really do go off really quickly. Like really quickly.
Yeah,
I mean, green.
My landlord actually has some chickens and whatnot, and I just recently asked him. I was like, "Do you mind if we add it to your flock? We'll throw in food and whatever."
Right.
And thank God he said yes, and that means that I know what is in that chicken.
Right. That's it. I mean, look.
And I also know that if I need to get
yeah, sorry, go on.
No, you're good.
No, I was just saying that I do.
What I was saying is, he's got a pretty good sized garden over there, and he's not far from me. Otherwise, I would never do it. But his garden is probably 3 times the size of mine. And between what he produces and what I produce, I'm just going to give him vegetables. And I know every time we go over there, they're trying to get vegetables.
Yeah, so, right.
It's always plenty.
Hey, no. Here's the thing. So, folk are going on about, oh, chicken feed, blah, blah, blah. Well, give them your freaking table scraps. Innit?
Yep. Not just your table scraps, but also the thing is there are so many plants that can do, like there's one I forgot what it's called, but you can literally make it into like a it's not popcorn, but it's popped whatever the fuck this plant is. I forgot what it is, but it's a grain and it grows inside of a beautiful flower. So you get beautiful flowers until the grain grows. Then you knock the grain down. You make the popcorn.
Can you take a picture at some point? Can you take a picture?
Yeah, I'll figure out what plant it is.
I can't subscribe to you because I can't find small channels. Right?
Oh,
I'm a
somebody
small
posted.
channel.
Erm's a channel administrator, right?
My original channel is Miss Space Cake. Marnell Delay is from what's it called?
You have all control on the channel, Nubs.
You've been
but I would have to
dubbed.
jump.
You've been dubbed with the blue spanner.
Somebody want to walk me through it?
Blue spanner, Nubs. So we can't do this all at once, but we do need to exchange. And here is a book that is really, really good. I actually have 2 copies of it, and it is Botany in a Day, and it's the Northern Hemisphere. So it equates to America, Britain, and beyond, right? So
zones 1 through 5.
Say again?
Or 1 7, rather.
Say again, Nubs. You're breaking up.
Zone 1 through 7.
1 through 7?
Ecological zones. Ecological zones 1 through 7.
Right, okay. But this is a good book, and it's one you can actually carry. You can curl it up and put it in a rucksack and shove it on your back and go and look, and it's pictorial. And for those that
I want to
don't
show
know anything
you
about
something.
yeah, but I mean,
I want to show
I've
you
been
something real
picking.
quick.
I've been picking. I will look. But I've been picking mushrooms for decades. Okay, and I've never killed myself with the mushrooms I've eaten. So I would never lead anyone to anything that is going to hurt them. That's all I'm
You
saying.
watching?
Go on, show me. I'm watching. Oh, that looks nice. I bet it's got everything in it. Ooh. Hey. It's good. I like that. Right, it's a bit breaking up. Oh. It's a little bit breaking up. Oh, interesting. Good, good.
I literally
Well,
have something for every situation to a degree.
right.
I have
I'll
almost a
travel
full
with you
trauma kit.
anytime. I'll travel with you anytime.
Preparedness is next to godliness. This one right here, this is a 2200 lumen. No, excuse me, 8500 lumen. The other one's 22. This will light up a damn football field.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, I've got packs in packs. What's in this one? There's an instruction sheet of what is all in here for every little pack and everything. But, you know, glow sticks, matches, extra knife. There's like probably 8 knives in here. A little spotting scope, knife sharpener, a lock. I've got handcuffs, locks, small. I said my true hope for this bag is that it sits unused.
Nice.
Because if it sits unused, that means we're okay. But if it's used, that means the shit's hit the fan.
Yeah. I get that. Thank you, Larry.
You know, and like every time I go into the city, oh, of course. Every time I go to the city, I've always got my plate carrier, always got everything, you know, like that's my extra bag. I have a bag in the truck. I have, you know, preparedness, like I said, is next to godliness. 2 of everything unless you don't have enough.
Yeah.
You know,
that's a lovely sky you got there, Nubs. What a beautiful blue sky you got. I'm jealous a little bit.
It is beautiful today, not yesterday.
Oh.
It is bright.
I wanted to apologize for
I
chiming
love you
in.
guys. I do love you a lot. You're
Have a good day.
wonderful. Linda,
Yes, dear.
I love you too. There's a wonderful thing happening, and there's many of us that are realizing. I think it's exactly what they didn't want to happen, but it is.
You know, it sounds very reminiscent to it's It's like when what we love. We love to bounce just for you.
Robot.
Robot. Yeah, I kind of got that, Nubs. But yeah.
Give me a sec.
A little bit robot.
I'm on the
Give me a
road,
sec.
everybody.
Hey,
Hey,
Anna.
Anna.
On the road again. Just
Anna.
can't wait. Yeah.
You're gonna go and see Larry, ain't you?
What?
You're gonna go and see Larry.
I'm on my way to my appointment.
Oh, and then you're gonna go and see Larry.
Yes, ma'am.
Nice.
Bless you.
Well, you know, I miss the sucker. I can't help it.
Oh.
He's my baby. I'm on the road though, so I might go in and out. I don't think so, but you know how it goes.
Gotcha.
Free coffee! Oh, I wish. I do not need coffee right now while I'm on the road. That's not a smart idea.
No.
Did
Nubs
you
dropped
grab your
out.
change? Did you grab
What?
your change that you? Did you grab your change that you have?
No, I was already on the road when I asked you. I have $10. So
Oh.
$10 should get me back to your, from your house. So we should get
Home.
Yeah, it's about $10 each way.
yeah.
Mm,
But I'm
wow.
I'm spending 10 just to go to the clinic. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But I'm alright.
Yeah, Britain's the same. Anna. Britain's the same.
Huh? Yeah. It's
You don't.
it was $3.50 a gallon.
Right, so it's 149 in my village.
I
0.7.
That's like $6 a
149
gallon. That's like $6 a gallon.
GBP. Yeah. It's
Yeah, it's like
quite
$6 a
expensive.
gallon.
Yeah, expensive in the UK. That's a litre,
Because
mate.
a liter is real close to a quart, right?
What?
No, a
Larry,
litre. There's
real quick.
4.5 litres in a gallon, approximately. So
a liter is
one,
actually a little less than a quart because it takes 4 quarts to make a gallon.
right,
She
exactly.
just said
So
that.
So that's
One-
over $6.
149.7 what per litre. Yeah,
Mother's
British
out there.
pounds. Right, it's
Larry, go
expensive,
drink
isn't
some milk.
Why?
Because it's like you're like, so at that point for a gallon, and I'm thinking, yeah, he's got milk on the mind. Oh, shit.
Isn't it? Hey, Nubs. Yeah, no, so you think you're being screwed. We're being screwed extra.
I guess so. Yeah.
Right?
So, Manel, Nubs' link is in the chat for you. Linda put it up. Thank you,
What
Linda.
link?
For
Link for
Nubs'
what?
channel.
What? Sorry,
For
I
Nubs'
missed that.
channel.
I'm sorry. Say again?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, whoever put it in there.
Out.
Hey, Nubs. You know I love you, mate. You're a good man. And all the good
Yeah.
ladies.
I do my
and the
best.
Larry and... All right.
Nubs, you are very appreciated. Trust me.
All
All right,
right.
check it out.
For sure.
All right, I'm taking everybody on this trip with me. All right.
All right. Wait a minute now. I think I see his head swelling.
Hey,
I think
we're on a
I think
trip
it's
together.
getting bigger as we
Thank
speak.
you, Anna.
There you go.
Yeah, but you're
Now,
taking a trip and never leaving the farm.
hey, check it out,
So
guys. I know you can't
my
see it.
cat,
Listen,
my
listen.
freaking
Hold on.
cat that they wanted me to kill is going all daft on the bed here next to me. My Tobin. He's all fine and dandy.
I was gonna say right here on the left of me, hold on the left of me is these, you can't see it now, I passed it, but these people have a male and female zebra.
What? A zebra? They've got a zebra.
Zebra, yeah, male and female. He said.
No, it is not a zebra. It is a zebra.
A zebra. That's funny.
I want to hear your best American accent.
What, mine?
I think he's
Yeah.
speaking it.
You're the only non-American here.
No, I've got loads of family over there, though. Well, all right now. I'll be chewing that gum. I'll be chewing that gum out on the ranch. You know what I mean? No, that was rubbish.
Oh.
Hey, he gave it the old English try, right?
It was funny though, wasn't it? It was kind of rubbish, but funny.
Hey, common rubbish is always good times.
If we can't laugh on ourselves, then we can't laugh at all.
Exactly. Hey,
well, if you're laughing at somebody else and all criticism is personal criticism, aren't you in turn laughing at yourself?
That's kind
yeah. I can do, I'll tell you what I can do, but you'd have to see my face. I can do, what was it? Them two, Laurel and Hardy. I can do the skinny one. You want to see?
Oh, yeah.
I can do the skinny one. Do you want to
I
see
can't
the
really
skinny
pay
one?
attention.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you can. Wait a minute. Oh, shit. Oh, this isn't working. Oh. Oh, no, I can't do the thing. Never mind. You don't want to see it anyway.
Hi.
I can actually do
all the hype for
skinny-
nothing.
Hi.
Yeah,
I
you
can
got
do
us
the
all.
skinny one
You got
from
us all
Laurel and
hyped up
Hardy.
and then let us down.
Yup.
Sorry.
Talk about mic drop.
It's like the Zeppelin program, just really never took off.
Oh, wait. Maybe I can. Hang on a minute. I might find it. Hold on a second. What's going on with this? I mean,
silent.
what is with the tech? It's total nonsense. I mean, you can't make this shit up, can you? Wait.
Sure we can.
Live.
Yeah.
There's,
Right, wait.
oh, you
There we
had
go.
it for a second.
I did.
There
Right,
you
there
go.
we go.
There she is. There's our lovely.
There's your Laurel and Hardy.
I remember that shit.
That's pretty much it.
Good to see the smile on your face.
That's the only thing I can do.
Hey,
Those two and Charlie, they were classics, man. Charlie was something else. He could tell you a story without speaking a word.
All right.
Old Charlie
No,
Chaplin.
where are you driving, mate?
You going to shovel
No.
some snow there, Nubs?
Where
What?
you going, mate?
You gonna shovel some snow?
No, I'm going to do some drywall and shit.
Oh, nice.
We're getting our rental property ready to get some renters in there, and I've got to finish up my my business partner's bedroom and stuff. We put some windows in, and I had to remud everything, and so I'm taking care of the last bit of that on one window and starting the other one. Just a bunch of repair, fix it, all that stuff.
Right on.
Good, solid stuff.
honest work.
All right.
I should probably put some shorts together and create a channel. People would watch me work.
Oh yeah,
Oh
they
yeah.
would.
Yeah.
No, just do it. Do it on your channel, man, and just do speed up videos.
Speed up videos. What's a
Yeah,
speed
I
you
up
know
mean,
what I
video?
hell,
mean.
who knows? Maybe Tom McDonald will see my shit and he'll want me to come to do his landscaping.
Ah.
Cool.
Hey, Wolf Lady, guess what?
What?
I know your battery is at 96%.
What? That's some funny shit. How do you know that?
He's a
Because you sent
stalker.
You're
you
right.
sent you sent
Ooh,
me
that's
your
weird.
tracking thing, and it tells me the percentage of your battery.
I don't do any tracking thing, by the way.
That's a
No,
neat
she
thing.
sent
Uh,
when she goes
That's
on these trips.
bizarre. Why would you do that, Larry?
She
Why are you tracking
well,
your lady?
no, what she does is when she takes these trips, she'll send me share her location so I can watch when she
Okay.
travels. Like especially when she comes here, she got to go through a mountain pass, and so like if she gets stuck or something, I can see that she got stuck and find out if
Right.
she's
Oh,
okay or
that's really
whatever.
lovely.
But
No, I
then
get
on the
that.
app, it shows how much her percentage of her battery is too.
That's
That's
really
amazing.
sweet, though. That is so sweet. Oh.
And now you're there twice. Which one's you? Talk, Wolf Lady.
She is
All right.
twice.
Hold on.
Take the dog one away.
We're
Oh
both
no.
Oh, somebody's echoing.
Uh-oh.
It's not me.
I just
There
want
we
to
go.
say that I love you guys and girls. I love you so much.
We love you too, my
I think,
now. Good
I
to
think
see you.
it's so important. I think
Good
it's
now.
so important that we stand up together for one another.
Yeah.
I also would say there's a lot of validity in being able to stand by yourself, because if I can't stand by myself, there's no reason to have you stand beside me, because we'll both fall.
Right. So yeah, that is absolutely on point. So if you're not healthy and strong, how are you going to look after someone else?
Yeah,
That's
if you're
absolutely on
gonna,
point.
that's, I've always picked my friends very closely, and I've picked my enemies very closely as well.
Mm. Wow.
Because ultimately you get to choose who your enemies are. They don't have any power. Nobody has any power over you that you don't grant to them.
Right.
So therefore, you are the initiator of your own demise in one way or another.
Yeah.
Much like me informing the police officer on how to do his job. He understood on a fundamental level what I was saying, and it's something that he never understood before. So that gives proof to Rise that you can take a new experience out of every experience.
Yes.
Because
Definitely.
if you're disappointed in a situation, that means that you internally are disappointed in something else. So change that perception of disappointment to exaltation of the situation, and realize that this too shall pass, and all of a sudden life gets a lot easier because, well, this too shall pass.
Yeah. You're absolutely right on that.
And that's why.
I'm no Nubs. I'm actually going through that where I'm realizing that it will pass.
I know. I've known you for a couple months. I've seen. You've dealt with some serious heartache. and you're dealing with some serious heartache, and one heartache brings up another heartache, and you generally focus on what you're thinking about, and you're thinking about a lot of sad shit right now. I would say to change that, you must change what you're doing. If you want to think a different thing, that means that you must do a different thing. Hang on 1 second. Oh, never mind.
You're right. You are right.
Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, I was just looking at this app some more, and it even tells me the name of the doctor she's going to see.
I like how it's I just lost the word.
No, you didn't, Linda.
Girl stuff?
Thank you.
I'm gonna get it. I'm still searching.
Oh shit.
No, your Nubs is right, and that is what is going on. We need to realise what
Oh,
we're
I found
contending with, basically.
thorough.
And I am contending with some stuff, and I'm not.
Forgot to get that.
pushing it over to anyone else. No, it's
You
like
can prepay because I have cash, and then you guys turn it off, and it's much easier. I'm on a blue truck here.
What we stepped into.
Yeah. 25.
25? You still there, Manil?
I'm here.
Didn't hear that last bit.
I'm here, Linda.
All right, sweetheart. So
Right,
I was trying to tell Larry that that app sounds thorough. It has all the bells and whistles. It's a good.
Yeah, it's right. And more, I never really looked at it that closely. It's pretty cool. Like I said, it tells me where she's going exactly, what time she's going to get there, her battery percentage. It shows me the route she's taking, and I could share my location with her too.
Yep, I'm back.
That's all. Nice. Welcome back.
The
Thank
name
you.
of the doctor and everything.
The name of the doctor too.
Yeah.
Hi. Oh boy.
Dude. What?
I said now that's just TMI.
Yeah, it gives me the name. Well, you notice I didn't say his name.
So I wanted to expand on what I was saying. I had to pay, and so for instance, like I said, I've seen you over the past couple of months, and I've watched different things, and seen some growth and seen some detriment, and obviously that's my perception of it. Your perception could be very much so different, which your perception matters, mine does not. However, in the grand scheme of things, one of the things that I see that you have desperately avoided, if I may be so bold, is you have said that you are in your parents' house and it is stuffed to the gills multiple times. Despite the amount of tears that you will have to cry, because in order for any alchemical situation to happen, that water or that fluid must be there. It must be present. So that fluid comes from your eyes, and you wash the sins of yesteryear out by cleansing your house of the trinkets of the memories. Keep the good.
Ooh, no.
And keep the good,
Yeah, you gotta get
because
rid of
there
some
are.
stuff.
Hang on. Hear me out.
He's actually kind of right on that.
I know I'm
So-
very right, and I'm
Yeah,
not
I
trying to
know.
be condescending or cocky. I'm saying these are the experiences that I've had, and in
I
order.
know that. You're on point, mate. You're totally on point.
I'm 26 cents over, so I need to go with the quarter. No, it's one of those things that I've seen, And I don't bring it up because I have animosity towards you. Much the opposite. I say that this is a potentiality for you to be able to grow very much so by getting rid of the past. Because if you're constantly in the past, then you're in the past and you have no room for future. Whereas
No,
if you're in
no,
the
no.
now, then the future is
You have
constantly
it.
happening.
You do have this on point, and it is literally that. That is exactly what it is, right? It's nothing else. It is old stuff
Thank you.
from before before I was even born. You can't make it up because it was, I mean, over 56 years ago.
You know how I
Some
know
of
I'm
that
dead
is
spot on?
a lot.
You know how I know I'm dead spot on by the message that I just gave you? Because
Tell me.
I prepaid
Tell
in
me.
gas. I prepaid in gas and I paid 25 and I got 25.28. She gave me 28 cents worth of gas. Now it doesn't seem like anything, but think about the commodity that was just given arbitrarily for no reason. And there was no reason that it should have been over. Like literally it was, and I went in to pay and she looks at me, she's like, "You're good." That's how karma works. When you give good, you get good. And when you get rid of old things that hold you down, it allows for space for the blessings to come in because you have no room for blessings right now.
Right. You're right.
You are
You're
stuffed
right.
to the gills by your own word, by your own affirmation, by your own destination. You
But
are
it's
stuffed to the
actually their
gills.
stuff, though, Nubs. It's their stuff. And there's like shitloads of it. It's like bizarre. You can't make it
Listen to
up.
the way you describe it. You say shitloads of. Shit.
Yeah,
Shit.
Yep.
You've got
it is
Yep.
literal
shit.
fecal matter of your past around you,
Yeah,
stinking up your future.
exactly. It's fecal
Can I
matter. Sorry.
say something?
You
Yeah.
just did.
Okay. She once said that she invites us, our group, to come and visit her at any time, and she said stay, too. But the point she also made was to help her go through some of this stuff. She said
Well, right
that.
here we are. Because while I might be able to physically lift things to assist, the help that I just opened up for her is far more than what I could ever move because it's moved mountains in her mind, assuming she applies those wisdoms.
Yeah, no, you have actually done that. You have moved it. Yeah.
The
But then
power
so
is within
has
the mind.
Anna.
Because here's
Anna
the
has
thing.
as well.
Here's the way I'm playing out. I see that playing out where you're going to start going through some of this shit, realizing that you can let go of it, then you're blessing others, and then blessing you by coming over and saying, you know what, let me help you out moving those big fucking things. And then you say, you know what, do me a favor, move it right out to your car because I don't need that shit.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
the end. And then you sell some stuff because obviously finances are important and you've got some
Yeah.
valuable stuff, but it's stuff.
Yeah.
It's stuff that's not in your future. It is in their past. You're not even dealing with
Exactly.
your
Oh,
past. You're dealing with your
That's
parents'
it,
past.
Exactly. This is
oh
exactly what I'm
yeah.
dealing with. I'm dealing with
Sounds
their
like she
past.
needs. Sounds like she needs a Lisa Dean challenge. Lisa is my sister, and she gave
Anna,
me a
I love you.
challenge.
Bless her.
And sounds like you need the same challenge that my sister gave me.
I probably do. Hey, I'm not infallible. I'm willing to accept the fact that I'm You know, I've made mess ups. I'm trying not to swear. Mess ups along the way, you know, but I'm here now. No. I was a working woman.
Let me ask you
And my
this.
client, wait, hang on. My clients weren't happy that I buggered off, by the way. They were like, and I've got a client down in Northampton. She was like, please let me know when you're back. Because she loved my housekeeping. Now, I'm not per se a housekeeper. I craft. I make things out of fabric, out of wood, clay, you name it. I make stuff out of it. But
You were a housekeeper?
yeah, I do housekeeping because the beauty of a house, and I can't do this in this house because it's just a mess. That's the point. So,
Yeah.
I don't have the substance to go and housekeep someone's house when I'm living in this, if you know what I mean.
Okay, I've got a solution for you. You ready?
Go on, Nubs.
Nubs got it.
I can get your flat clean. If you follow my solution, you will have your flat cleaned within the end of the month.
Yep, there's
It's a
the
house.
challenge.
It's not a flat. It's a over
Are you ready?
400 house.
Bring it, Nubs.
Today,
it's over 400 years old.
Today, you take and you figure out one thing to either get rid of or put to use in its proper place.
Right.
And then double it every day.
Right. No, you're right. You're right.
So here's the sequence. It would go 1, the second day would be 2, the third day would be 4, the fifth day would be 8, 16, 32. It consistently doubles. And because you're on a roll,
so it's
you will stay,
what do they
because
call
an
it?
object in
So they
motion
call it,
tends to stay in motion unless acted on by an equal or greater force.
It's
right. So it doubles. It doubles every time.
Yes, every day it doubles. You will have your
No,
flat clean within a month.
Right.
I gotta interject here real quick. I assume this message is for you, Nubs. Wants to know, is Daddy, are you still there?
Of course I'm there, Junior. I'm here for all your wisdom needs. But I am not the answer to your questions. I am merely a servant of he that is.
And we love it.
That's a little bit more than the challenge that I was given.
Well, you think about it, it's not much. You're just doubling what you did yesterday.
I don't want to be gushy, but I do love you all, by the way.
Well, I would say then honor my wisdom and apply it. You know, because the only reason I give you my pearls is because I realize that you are not of the character of swine to cast it to. You are of a higher level. And therefore, I would like to see that you are of a higher level, as you have claimed that you are. I believe you, you know, and when you walk through your home by the end of the month, by the end of the month, you walk through your home, you're going to be able to take that camera and point it anywhere you want. And we're going to be like, God damn, that's a nice place.
So, yeah.
And
so
you take before and after pictures.
Yeah, so see the action, actually.
And then I could very well see you going through that experience, or writing it down, documenting everything that you can, your emotions, your feelings, going through that process, because I guarantee you there's 100,000 other people just like you in your shoes that would truly benefit from that knowledge.
Absolutely.
The challenge. There's your title of your book. So you write a book and you become rich because you're thinking.
Oh,
And it solves
bless
one problem
you.
after another because an object in motion tends to stay in motion unless acted on by an equal or greater force. What is your equal or greater force that will move you?
My heart.
You know, you keep on talking about how you're valuable and this and that and the other thing, and I agree with you 100%. Otherwise, I would not speak so boldly. You are only
I
as
like
valuable
speaking
as you
boldly,
put
but
yourself to be. And when you put yourself in a position where you are not able to shine as you're intending to or as you need to, you are self-sabotaging. When you are put into that situation, that's when the rubber hits the road.
yeah,
And
no,
your
I
life has
have been
accumulated, hang
self-sabotaging.
on, your life story has accumulated to this point. So there's no way that you can tell me that you're not ready for it.
Oh no, I am ready for it. It's harsh though.
Life is harsh.
Stop it, Larry. Stop chuckling.
I'm not chuckling.
If you think about it,
Are you
even
crying?
the concept of procreation is harsh at the beginning, especially for women.
Hmm.
You got to bust some cherries in order to get some babies.
Well, look, I'm very aware of my shortcomings, and I
No,
don't judge
I'm not
anyone.
mentioning your shortcomings. Your shortcomings are your own. I'm talking about what I can see you being able to do. I don't give a shit what you
Oh,
have
okay.
done. I see you for the future that you are. And I see the freedom that what I'm talking about would give you. And, you know, you said you're in your mid 50s. For mid 50s,
I'm
you're a looker.
56.
You'll find somebody because an object in motion tends to stay in motion.
Mm. I'm
I mean,
over 55. I'm over half a century.
You're
yeah, but the thing is age doesn't matter. Pull yourself up.
come here.
Let me see you.
Come.
You can see me. I'm right here.
I need some light. You're in the dark.
I know, but I'm in Scotland and the sun's setting. There we go, look.
There
I
we
am.
go.
Hey, y'all.
Yeah.
Hey. Hey, Linda. Hey, y'all.
I'd say, yeah. You'd find a dapper chap.
The whaties?
Somebody to go rolling the hay with. I'd come have fun with you if I knew what the fuck I was doing internationally. And if my old lady was okay with it, but those stipulations aren't going to happen, so I'm not gonna tempt the tickler. Nevertheless, there is somebody that will tempt your tickler and have a lot of fun with. But right now, you're just bogged down with all that shit. You know, get your shit in order, and all of a sudden some shit will happen, and you'll be romping in the
You're
hay
having
like
technical
goat day.
difficulties, apparently.
Very funny.
I'm not trying to bring it to necessarily a physical level per se, but nevertheless, it all applies. We all have needs.
Yeah. Totally.
You know, sometimes you need to unclog the pipes. I mean, damn.
I know, and I'm going to go back to the doctors and vets and nurses and all that crap. And so my animals are doing just great without getting any rings in them, if you know what I'm saying.
I didn't hear you.
You know what I'm saying. Well, I don't take the doctors, vets, nurses on board. So that's why my cat is still alive. because I didn't do it. He's right by my side. He's all good. He's not having any issues anymore with his toilet business. All good. Because the vet said, oh, well, there's not a lot we can do for him. You better just put him to sleep. And I went, no.
All right, so do the same thing with your life.
Right. And I am.
I mean, you already know the fucking formula.
Right. So I do.
Yeah, step 1, step 2, step 3.
All right.
You know,
Exactly.
pretty soon you're shagging in the back.
Hmm.
Like, seriously, I mean, like, we all, to have somebody, it means something. To have things, well, they're things. They don't care about you.
Yeah, but animals aren't things. Animals
No,
are part of
I'm
our...
not talking about animals. I'm not talking about animals at all.
And I've
Animals
got
love you and
5 of
everything
them.
like that.
I've
Absolutely,
got 2
animals are
cats.
great.
I know, and I've got 2 cats and 3 dogs. And
Inanimate
one of
objects.
them is
What
quite
I'm
old.
talking about, is a vacation in paradise. You won't be too concerned with the kitties when somebody else is concerned with a kitty. If you're picking up what I'm putting down.
Yeah, I'm picking it up. Manel, walk your kitty. Sorry, Linda?
I said
Get your
Manel.
house clean so you can walk your kitty.
Thank you.
I know. So my cat actually doesn't want to go outside. It's not
We're not
interested
talking
in...
about that cat.
Bless your
Oh.
heart.
We know the cat doesn't want to go outside. We're telling you to take the cat outside, and we ain't talking about the 4-legged one.
The one God gave you.
I got ya. Yeah, well, my kit's quite free, but it doesn't do any nasty stuff.
I'm not saying do all sorts of nasty, icky. I'm saying get your house clean so you have a place that when that gentleman comes by and he meets you for you and not you for all the shit that's in your fucking house, then you can have those moments of
I know you're
ecstasy
right,
with
but
somebody.
see, Nubs. I kind of lost interest in any kind of sexual context.
Yeah, so you're saying, wait, whoa. So if you're saying, all right, let's set up a completely hypothetical situation. All right, so I start hitting on you right here on this platform. We flirt, we talk, we flirt. Then I get your number. Then I call you. Then we start FaceTiming privately. And we continue to flirt. And then I fly over to you. You pick me up to the airport. You're telling me that we wouldn't be banging by Tuesday and I showed up Monday. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I'm an old git, mate. You don't want an old git.
Hey, whoa. There is something about an older woman that I would definitely say there is fine wine to be had when the berry has been matured properly.
I am a little bit fit, though. I will say that.
You are a little bit what?
Fit.
He said, bitch.
Fit or
fit?
Fit.
F-I-T? Like as in you are healthy?
Flexible. Yeah, and I'm flexible too. I can.
Oh, I'd bend you over like a fucking rag doll, and I guarantee you'd be fucking interested in some sex. I guarantee it. I would put $1,000. I would put a fucking $1,000 of pounds.
I'm just winding you up, Nub.
Don't even
But
fucking get me.
I am
I
really
lost fucking
flexible.
interest. You lost interest because there ain't nobody that you want to deal with. But when the right motherfucker comes
Yeah,
by and
you're
puts
probably
that
right,
fucking prick
actually.
right in
Yeah,
that
you're
kitty,
right. You
all
are
of a
right.
sudden,
No,
all of a sudden, you're gonna be one wet kitty, and you're gonna stay that way because it don't matter. You
one
fucking
wet
lies. You
kitty.
damn lies. You can try to tell the fucking preacher that he
That's
doesn't have a
fucking
stiffy
brilliant.
every
I
once
love
in a
it.
while, but I still ain't gonna believe that shit.
I have got a serious sense of humour, mate. You really did that right, mate. That's fucking hilarious. Excuse my
You're
French.
sitting there telling, I bet you, if you put your shit on the fucking web or you doing some fucking yoga, you would have some motherfuckers going, la, 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 la.
Oh,
And some
God.
would be dogs and some would be gentlemen just looking for a pretty lady.
You're probably right. Oh.
I know I'm
Well.
fucking right. We're all fucking sexual beings. And the
Oh, here
moment
we
you
are.
get that
So
fucking, then you're telling me that you don't get a
Anna's face is
big ass
freaking
fucking release
brilliant.
of endorphins after you blow your fucking shit. You're telling that's not physiologically possible. Go
Yeah,
get fucking
it
laid.
is.
If I could do it for you, I would, but I can't. So do it
What?
somewhere else.
You're too many thousands of miles away, though. Sadly,
My
no.
dick's big, but it ain't that fucking big.
It ain't that big.
Video now.
Oh.
I'm just saying, if you're like
Anywho.
out there fucking doing some yoga and shit, and the fucking neighbor guy walks over and he ain't married, and he happens to trip and land, somewhere around your vagina, put that shit in.
Oh. Oh. Anna's face, hilarious. I totally. Oh yeah. Ooh. Yeah, Nubs. Totally. I mean, come on, man.
Hey, he was talking about cleaning out the cobwebs. Boy, he really decided to elaborate.
It's all the same fucking thing. If your
Exactly.
fucking
I've got
pipes are plugged, their pipes are plugged.
too many
Well,
cobwebs. Exactly.
the funniest thing about that whole thing that Nubs was saying is I could apply that to mine and Anna's relationship so easily.
Of course you can, because it's fucking true.
I'll never forget we were, I don't know, together maybe 6 months. And we just got done, doing the dirty or whatever. Actually, we were right in the middle of it. She looks up at me and she's like, God, I love you. And I'm like, did you just say what I think you said? And she's like, no.
No.
That's because there's passion, and wherever there's passion, there's life.
Yes.
And if you don't have passion, then you don't have life. And you're saying you're flexible, and you're saying this, that, and the other thing. Well, there's your fucking issue. There's your fucking issue. You aren't using that flexibility for good fucking purposes. Believe me, if my old lady could put her fucking head or feet over her head, I would be a happy, happy fucking man.
Well, you know what? She don't have to put her feet over her head.
Oh, I definitely take care of business, and so does she. Nevertheless, there is something to be said about somebody that is fit and flexible. 2 F's in high school, 2 F's was not a great thing. In life, fit, flexible, and not only that, but obviously if you've got your own place, you've got some form of stability. So you're like I said, we would have some fun if I lived in Europe.
Be digging sand out of the crack of your ass every day? Is that what you're saying?
What's that?
You'd be digging sand out of your ass every day? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, it wouldn't be sand.
Larry.
Larry, See, what you got to realize is A, I'm a couple years younger than you, and B, I've been taking care of my my testosterone very, very much so over the past couple of years.
I don't
Needless
know.
to say,
She
have
says
you
I
ever
don't have
seen?
any problem with my testosterone. At least that's what she says. I don't know anything about that stuff.
Oh.
Well, sex drive and testosterone are two very different things. Let me tell you that.
She said
Testosterone,
I don't think he has a problem with that.
testosterone, and I'm not saying he does. I'm not saying, I'm giving you my experience. Okay? There is an aspect of it that says, yes, testosterone and sex drive, there's a connection. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. 100%, I will agree. 100%. However, as I've been increasing my testosterone level, my wisdom, my knowledge, my understanding, my ability to compose myself as what I deem necessary, the ability to do these things have improved. I don't have these things like I used to deal with issues of weakness, and what I mean by that is doubt, self-doubt. The self-doubt goes away when your testosterone comes to play.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it helps you in a lot of different ways.
Yes, and therefore I can walk into, like, for instance, if I wanted to, let's say I did not have my significant other, which I'm grateful for her. I'm not saying I want to go outside, nothing like that. I'm just giving a case in point. If I were to go out and say, go to the bar to pick up a chick, right? And I'm not even saying necessarily that we go back and bang. I'm saying, like, I go out, find somebody. I could find somebody in a moment's notice and stave off about 12 or 15 really nasty people because I have discernment. And then when I do eventually take that one that I chose, when I do take her to the point where we are having a physical relationship on that level, that is intense on a level that I've never personally experienced until I started doing what I'm doing.
So can
Like,
I just say something briefly?
It used to. Hang on 1 second.
Testosterone is, yeah, but testosterone is actually important for both men and women. It isn't
Not as
just
much as
important for
women.
men.
Not as much for women. It's much more important for men. Estrogen is what you guys need to deal with.
Yeah.
But it is important to have some testosterone because
It's
you got to
knowing
have a
about
little
the
man in you.
balance of testosterone and estrogen. You have to know the balance of both of those.
Yep, and the testosterone and the estrogen are produced in your gut bacteria or from your gut bacteria.
Right, that's exactly what I said. It's like about an hour ago.
Right. I'm reiterating what I'm coming back to your knowledge. That's why I'm doing
Thank
that.
you. Thank you. But I'm not trying to be bigger than you or anything. It's just we need to show each other what we have because none of us know everything. We know aspects.
Oh, so now I tell you a story and tell you I'd bang you. Now you're telling me I need to show you my stuff and you want to show me your stuff.
Yeah,
I see how
show
it
me
works.
your stuff. Come on, bring it.
Were you waiting for your appointment? Look, lady, you wait for your appointment?
No. I got
Bring
a
it.
call on the way saying that my appointment wasn't until the initial time that they said it was. But yet I got a call last night telling me it was an hour earlier. So here I am getting over here and everything. I get this phone call back saying, "Oh, it's not till 11:45."
So you got to wait there an hour, huh?
So now I'm gonna sit here. That's okay. I'm enjoying this conversation going on here. No
in
porn, Mom.
I know.
In
I
answer to
love
your
you.
bring it
You're
comment,
darling.
in answer to your bring it comment, if I could pet more than one kitty at a time, if my other kitty was okay with me petting more than one kitty, I would be absolutely all down to pet kitties. But since I'm a one kitty man, I must only pet my own kitty and not pay attention to other kitties.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Team play.
You
Hi.
know, don't fuck with tigers if they're ready to pounce. You know, and
I
if
got
you're gonna have
miniature tigers, and they bite.
right, I know. What I'm saying is, if you don't deal with your tigers properly, well, they
Yeah,
come back to bite you in the ass.
absolutely, absolutely.
You know, and if you have one tiger, there's a difference between having one tiger and multiple tigers.
Oh no, I mean they don't seem to like each other, but they're both amazing. One's a marmalade, and the other one's like a Scottish wildcat. So he's got
Hang
like
on one second.
big, oh, big long dark stripes on him.
Trying
And yeah, and they wanted me to kill him. They wanted me to kill this cat, and I went, no, I'm not doing it. And I paid the £96 and some pence because they're assholes, and I'm really angry with them. And my cat's still alive because I didn't go through the farmer nonsense.
Right.
Basically,
I'm glad
because
you
they
did.
can go F off. No, they really piss me off, the freaking assholes. I mean, the first time it was like 1,200 quid, and they wouldn't even freaking touch him until I've given them 500 quid. Right? So, as far as I'm concerned, they can go and F themselves. Right? I'm not doing it. And this is my point with my parents. They started believing all this stuff with even the farmer. And they were I was brought up with the same, the natural remedies from plants, homeopathic, right? And then all of a sudden they started to go in the way of the farmer. And I mean, my dad took the flu shot, and in 2016 he was like a fucking inflated Oompa Loompa in a hospital just here in Scotland, right? I mean, this is the problem, is when folk believe this nonsense, that is when you have problems like that, right? We're not stupid, are we? So, I won't be doing that with myself. I will never go to a doctor because they're complete a-holes, right? Because most of them get paid by the big pharma. Oh yeah, go and prescribe them some of these fucking pills. Yeah, no, I don't think so. No. So I won't comply. I'll never comply. And I won't have my animals injected, and God knows what they did to my cat, because he was not the same animal when he came back to me. But with the natural stuff I've been doing, he's doing good for me. And that's it. No hospitals for me. No, we're having trouble hearing you, sweetheart.
Oh? Is that Linda?
Larry, can you turn up her volume a little bit?
I think it's up all the way.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, there you go. It's up all the way now. We're
sorry,
getting some
Linda.
like background noise from somewhere.
Yeah, we get this a lot, especially when we talk about stuff.
Yeah, I think it was from Linda. You're a lot better now. You're a lot louder.
Oh. But just go and do your own research of natural things. So when you're going to do seeds and you're going to ingest them, sprout them and make sure that you know they're organic and you can regrow them. You know, and the same. There's many flowers. Oh, there's many flowers and many what so-called weeds that are seriously healing. That and this is where we need to go towards and don't spray any of your garden. Go and look and learn about your plants that are around you. It's so important. That's pretty much all I can say. And I'm not saying don't eat meat because I eat meat, you know, but try and do it gently, you know. So interact with your animals and know and let them know and venerate them for the life that they give us. And that is what the old hunters did. The hunter-gatherers, that's what they did. They venerated the animals and the plants. They didn't just kill willy-nilly. It was taken and it was venerated. Every single thing that lives to give sustenance to us. And yeah, I might sound like a complete tinfoil hat, but hey ho. Anywho.
Hey, I have one of those.
But you know what I mean, don't you? You know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
Only take what
The
you
natural
need.
way. Sorry, Anna.
It's just you only take
See?
what you need.
I
know.
There's my tinfoil hat.
You got the horns.
Yep. Larry, how
Got
come
my
you haven't
antennae up.
there yet?
Right.
What?
No, it's good. It's good. And we must stay on this course where we go to the nature around us because it's us. We are nature and nature is us.
It's not your fault, Linda. It's StreamYard.
Yeah.
They're messing with you, Linda. It's not really your fault.
Try rebooting your phone.
They do that to her a lot. They mess with her stuff a lot, it seems like. I don't know why, but
I can hear Linda fine.
Linda's not in here. It's Wolf Lady.
Oh no, sorry, Anna. I'm sorry. I can hear you fine, Anna.
Yeah, my phone gives me shit all the time too.
Oh.
I've been having to reboot it a lot lately and stuff like that, but it seems I only have trouble with StreamYard.
It couldn't have anything to do with the 157 apps you have on your phone, right?
But no.
That's what I was kind of thinking. Had nothing absolutely to do with that. Just wanted
That's
to reconfirm
hilarious.
that. Just wanted to reconfirm it.
Now that you mention it, I do wonder.
I don't actually use apps. I don't use apps.
Maybe there is a method to my madness after all, huh?
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't use apps. I kind of. So I had one of the early. Hey, Anna. How you doing? Right. Let me see. Yeah.
Hi,
Yeah,
Zeus.
I don't use apps. I use my mobile phone. You've got a nice dog. That's a nice wolf.
Malamute. Hi, Zeusers.
Nice wolfie. Oh, what sweet. Oh, what a cutie. There you are.
Just like their mama.
Yeah. So gorgeous. But yeah, so I don't actually use any apps and I don't use a mobile phone. I do use this little Acer tablet. Oh. Anna, your dog is great.
She's
What a chill
abusing him
dog.
now.
Totally chill.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, good. Is it a girl or a boy?
Look at those twofers.
It's a boy. His name's Zeus.
It's a boy. What's his name?
Zeus.
I'm trying to show you his
Loose.
fangs, but he's like,
Zeus with a
Oh, I
Z.
saw him.
Zeus, like the
I saw
god
the
of
fangs.
Zeus.
Yay. Well,
Yes,
I got
Zeus.
my little, one of these days you're going to see my little ankle gnashers. There's 3 of them. I will show you them. Oh well. I'll try and do it
We'd love to
outdoors
see him.
though. 'Cause, yeah. They're going strong. They're going strong.
good,
Good.
So
good.
one of these days you will see my little. So they're basically one looks like a Chihuahua, the other one looks like Paddington, and then the other one looks like a Yorkshire Terrier. But they're all small, but they're all quite vicious and moody. It's a great thing. When they're that little, oh, it's like Napoleon syndrome.
Most little dogs do.
Oh, big dog syndrome here.
Yeah. Small dog syndrome. But yeah, they're pretty cool. And ironically, my parents' old cat kind of likes them. So he actually kind of comes and says hello, and yeah, it's interesting.
They become companions for each other. I know
Exactly.
after my oldest cat passed away, and then we had this one cat for a while, and then he ran away, and then we didn't have one for a while, and my dog kind of went depression for a little bit. And then I got the new kittens, and he didn't really want anything to do with them at first. He tried to act like he didn't like them at all. He'd growl at them, and they'd run
Right.
away. But now they've learned that he's all talk.
He is.
He gets
Oh.
He gets grumpy, and he gives them lip. His lip will curl up, and he'll go. Rrr. They'll look at him now like, dude, you ain't fooling nobody.
Yeah.
Pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean, it's bizarre when you look at them, and I mean, I wish the 2 cats would get on, but they tend to sort of attack each other. But they're both healthy cats, and the fact is that one cat don't want to go out, the other cat wants to go out, and my parents, I don't know, it was weird. They just wouldn't let him out. But he's a darling. He comes and he puts his paws up around your neck and wants to cuddle you. He's just a love. He's an absolute gorgeous cat, man. But he's old, but he's just freaking fabulous. That's all I can say about him. And even though they don't get on, it's like, I try and make sure that they all get good moms and cuddles and pettings and kisses and all that stuff. What else can I do? That's pretty much it. But yeah, so, it's not just about me. This is about these animals as well. It's like freaking 5 of them. 3 dogs, 2 cats. So, whatever anyone wants to say about me and what I should be doing in my life, I'm just keeping these babies in good health. and including myself, because if I don't keep myself in good health, then they've got nothing, obviously. But so, and it applies to all of us. It's what we do to ourselves, we do to others. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty much it.
Well, you figure
Hi.
I have 3 cats and Zeus at my house. And then at Larry's house, we have 2 cats and another dog. So you figure all together, I got 2 dogs and 5 cats.
Right.
2 big
So,
dogs.
I know.
big boys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Big boys.
And
I'll
I've
tell
got
you,
3 girls and 2 boys.
in this small place, when both those big dogs get here, they both like to lay right in the living room with us. So getting around sometimes can be fun.
Ooh, yeah, it can.
Mm.
And of course, the cats want to be in everything
But
and
no,
help you.
Linda.
You know how that's healthy.
Linda.
Hey,
Yeah, no,
Linda.
just keep them around you. You keep them around you. Hey, Linda. Yeah, you keep them all around you, don't you? I mean, you know, we can get all dark and mysterious about what men and women are doing and all that stuff. But when we have family that is immediate, whether it's animal or human, yeah, immediate I'm talking about. Because, you know, I'm kind of on my own here physically, but nonetheless there are people around me that I interact with. But I also interact with my animals. Now, if I didn't interact with my animals, I wouldn't freaking be here. Get me?
Well, you're not alone if you have your animals. So there's,
Exactly. So, and I get where folk are coming from with all their teachings and preachings and all that stuff. And I'm good with that. I don't have a problem with that. Tell it, you know, tell me what you can, because none of us really know everything. So when we contribute our little bit to the story, to the picture, that is important, isn't it? It is important. So the picture
yeah.
is that we take care of one another, whether we're furry, feathery, scaly, human, whatever. We look after one another. That is what's important.
God, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah.
It's raining outside.
I know. You should be at Larry's.
I know. But no, I
You'll be
got to
there.
get this done. I have to get this done. I, I just need to get this done because I can't handle the pain that comes with it. And these injections really, really, really
Mm.
feel better. They honestly do.
Mm.
So, but I mean, anybody can say anything they want about it, but
No,
you
no.
know,
You do what you feel is best for you. I would never judge that.
yeah,
Never.
yeah.
But I'm not a. I experienced injections as a young child and they were not good. So
Yeah,
I
this
will
is a
not.
big time.
But that doesn't mean that I'm going to judge you. You do what you want, right? I'm always respect free choice. You got to be free of what you choose. But you have to know what you're doing. You've got to take your own path. Don't listen to anyone else. Do what you feel is right for you. That's it.
Yep. And I will.
I just know that this is good for me, and that's all there is to it. So, all right. Well, we're gonna start walking over there. I'm
I
gonna
thought you
put my
said you
hood
have
on.
to be there at 11:45. It's
I
only
do, but
11:20.
I know, but I need to check in. Larry, what did he say?
I said she has to be there 11:45. I was letting her know it's only 11:20.
Yeah, but I have to check in. Wow, Anna, that's some coat. Oh my goodness. I got it from my sister for a Yule present. Nice. And I have to wear a hat to keep it from coming down over my face, because otherwise. So I wear my favorite hat that was my grandfather's. Oh, bless you. But that's a nice jacket. It's proper smart. I love it. It's my favorite jacket. It's so warm. Oh. All right, I like it. It's very cool. It's made by Nautica. I don't know if you've ever heard that. Yeah, brand. I've heard of them. Yep. Yeah. So it's made by Nautica.
You got your keys
So,
yet?
please. I just rolled up Zeus's window a little bit. Hi, Zeus. 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 Chris. I'm gonna be right back. You behave. Please. Aww. That's your dog. What a sweet. Yeah. I'm not bringing him in.
Are you leaving your phone?
Oh, wait. Thank you. Oh. Take it with me. Behave. I mean it. Mama loves you. No.
Lock that car.
Honk, honk. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna be with everybody. Just bear with me.
I don't think everybody wants to see me get bare.
Get where? Oh no, that's for my eyes only. That's my eyes only. Boy, aren't we having quite the conversations today? I'll be back in a bit.
Man. All right.
What are you saying all right about?
She said she'll be right back.
Oh. So grab my Jesus Christ, I'm walking on the bottoms of my feet, bottoms of my pants, because I couldn't find my freaking belt. The skinnier you get, the more these fuckers fall down. Are you there? Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Let me turn my camera around. You see the clinic I'm in. That is a doctor I'm seeing today. Oh, can't see him.
We'll go this way.
Yeah. Stupid.
You know, it is a private business. You could get in trouble.
You know what I'm doing. Hi.
She's on the phone. Are you checking in for orthopedics or rheumatology?
Orthopedics, Dr. Cassette, please.
What's your name?
Anna Dean, D-E-A-N.
For your address, I have you on 23rd Avenue.
Yes, ma'am.
And then 0090 for your phone number.
Yes.
Is this a motor vehicle or work-related injury?
No, ma'am.
We're just billing IHN.
Yes.
Okay, let me go get your paperwork and you'll be all set.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You looked over, I was like,
Huh. Hello, state club.
yeah.
Huh.
Anna,
Yes,
can I
ma'am.
just take this back with you?
Oh, thank you very
Yeah,
much.
absolutely.
Oh, look, I got the coffee back again. Isn't that cool? About time. Fill up this paper. Mm. Oh no, she's in heat again, huh?
Move the cat.
Yep.
This is the worst.
Yep.
Willow's just getting all grumpy.
When is today's date? Oh, 3/23/33. Or 3/23/23. People probably think I'm crazy because they don't realize I'm on. I have an earbud in. That's done. I got coffee back. That's amazing. And tea. Oh, yes. Hot water. Coffee. Get me a cup of coffee. Oh, wait. They have hot cocoa. Yeah. Why don't we do that instead? I think that would be wiser. And tea. Chai spice. Yum yum. Strawberry pomegranate. Oh, all kinds of stuff. All kinds of cool teas. So Larry, what are you up to today?
Oh, I don't know. Depends what the weather's like.
Yeah, take a shower, I know that.
I took one last night.
Take one again.
No.
How dare you tell me no?
Well, it's been done before, it'll probably be done again.
Right.
All right, baby. I think I'm going to end this.
Okay. All right.
We'll see you in a couple hours.
All right. I love you.
Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye. Good night. I'm sorry.
Don't be
I was a
sorry.
bit
You
late.
have a good day. It's all right. You have a great day.
Oh.
I'm going to end this thing.
Yeah, you too. Love you.
6 hours and 6.5 hours, so I think that's long enough.
Love you.
Love you
Take
too.
care.
You take care, and we'll talk to you later. Bye bye.
Will do. Toodaloo.